Hello.
Yes,
Uh, we are supposed to meet our beloved Mr. Ganguly, Mr. Vishwajit Ganguly.
yes. So this is brief of myself. I am a Dr. Vishwanath Ganguly from Jalpaiguri, West Bengal, and I am an agronomist. I did my PhD from agriculture background, and we are having small tea farm at Patapukur, Schoolpara, Jalpaiguri district, West Bengal, India. So we are having more than 130 35 acre of tea plantation. So we basically produce the green leaf and we used to supply to the bottle factory. So near in future, we are planning to launch our own tea production house for CTC as well as Orthodox both. So I would like to request people to advise me to come up with different knowledge in the tea sector. And Mr. Obijit Kumar Roy is our advisor for this our project. So he's basically from MSME, Micro Small Medium Enterprise, Government of India, process consultant, and he's a very well versed with marketing sector also. So he's a very renowned fellow in the marketing side. So if is there any doubt or is there any clarification, people can communicate with him. He can try to solve the issue. Thank you of my brief.
Okay. Thank you for the brief introduction. We are expecting your father. He was there as a speaker. So
No,
let us
he
move.
actually today he will not be attend because already you know my mother is not well and he went to
Okay.
farm. So on behalf
So
of
let
my
us.
father, yeah, his name is Mr. Ranjit Ganguly. So we are having association that is called Uttar Bongo Kudro Prantik Cha Chashi Samiti, and we are having more than 7,000 small tea farmer in within our association. Our association is running two self-help group tea factories, CTC tea factory. So people here from Indonesia, from Sri Lanka, from Philippines, from Korea, from Japan, different Argentina, Ecuador, Myanmar, different parts of the country, even India. So they can come and they can exchange their knowledge and we can build our business also in a successful manner. Thank you.
Yeah. So who is our next speaker, sir?
Here is Ans Arya. Where is? Yes, Ans is here. So Ans, please brief yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. A very good afternoon to everyone present. It's a pleasure to be here today on the occasion of International Tea Day among such forward-thinking minds.
Yeah.
Traditionally,
You, are
students
you
were,
are you able to share your slide?
no, sir, it's fine. I don't need to.
Okay. You don't want slide. Okay. Thank you.
Um, Thank you. So, introducing myself, I am Ansharya. I am the Director of Entrepreneurship Development Cell and Incubation Center at St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. It's a premier institution in Eastern India. It's a pleasure to be here on the occasion of International Tea Day among such forward-thinking minds. Traditionally, students were expected to complete their education, secure a job, and then think about building something of their own. But today, that script has changed. Students are no longer just learners, they are innovators, creators, and change makers. Being an entrepreneur as a student doesn't just mean launching a business, it means developing an entrepreneurial mindset, being proactive, adaptable, resilient, and solution oriented. It means identifying problems and having the courage to find or create the necessary solutions. From dorm rooms to garage startups, history has shown us that age and experience are no barriers to innovations. Think of Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, or more recently, student led startups in India itself, Ether Energy or Zomato. What they have in common wasn't just vision, it was the ability to make initiative, take risks, and learn from failures. As students, we are not in the worst of environments if we really introspect. We have the best environment to start something new. You have access to mentors, peer networks, academic resources, and most importantly, time to experiment and grow. This is our sandbox. Either we build in it, break in it, learn in it, or we keep crying about the opportunities that we don't have. However, entrepreneurship in my mind is not just about profits, and it should never be. We have to build those solutions that address real world problems and problems that are prevalent in today's landscape. From climate change and education to healthcare and sustainability, there are problems anywhere. Why not find solutions to it? At the EDCIC, that's the entrepreneurship cell, we don't just focus on growth, but try to create an impact. As it marked the first year that we added the incubation center name to our title, we are trying to accelerate the entrepreneurial landscape both in our college as well as country. The EDCIC being also affiliated with the Institutions Innovation Council, which is affiliated under the Ministry of Education. We have currently helped two startups. We have currently helped two startups file their patents with the government, and currently another startup is also under our wing. We have also helped a student named Sukanya from our student from the microbiology department gain a funding of rupees 50,000 INR from our entrepreneurship development fund. We have also assisted Rhizospheric X, which is a startup again from the microbiology department, prepare and submit a BIRAC proposal, which is a Biotechnology Institute Research Assistant Council proposal. If approved, this will see the startup gain a funding of approx rupees 30 lakh INR from the government of India itself. This initiative underscores EDCIC's commitment to fostering research-driven entrepreneurship at our college. We have also assisted student-led startups in the legal process, helped publish several research papers, and submitted 10 plus IIC reports till date. We conducted Elevator in the month of October, a business plan pitch event for both school and college students to give them innovative ideas and well-deserved platform. We also collaborated with the placement cell of our college to organize Initium, which is an internship exposition. This year, we had over 100 plus companies and 200 plus internship positions for the students of our college. Our flagship event, finally, the Entrepreneurship Awareness Camp, connects startups with the mentors, giving founders the means to get mentored and funded. I'm happy to share that this year we saw two live investments of crores being made in our campus itself over the course of 2 days. Besides events, we also ran several initiatives to contribute to the startup space, most notably BizWalk, which is our on field factory visit. This year, we visited famous factories of Dabur and ITC, unveiling the behind the scenes operations of their production process. We have also launched three new initiatives, live projects, which give students of our college a hands on experience of what it is to work with corporates. Secondly, Seed Stories, a podcast initiative with the startup founders of Kolkata, from which students can get valuable insights into the startup world. We have also introduced Miraya, a social drive where we create impact socially by feeding underprivileged children. We also organize a cervical cancer awareness program in collaboration with Enactus of our college, the Science Association, and the Rotary Club of Kolkata. We are also proud to announce that EDCIC is marking the 10th year of its incorporation this year itself, which is a great feat. All of this would not be possible without the guidance of our teacher, Dr. Arukan Mitra. And as I said earlier as well, as a Gen Z currently in the world, I feel we are the flag bearers of innovation and technology. It is upon us to take entrepreneurship forward from here and drive the growth of our nation. Lastly, as I conclude, I would like to thank the organizers of India International Tea Webinar Summit
Yes,
for inviting me and giving this platform to share views. Thank you so much.
you welcome. So now there will be a talk. We can go move forward. So Kento, he's from Japan. He's a very young fellow who started his career on tea. He's a third generation of his tea sector. Before he worked as a manager in different company. So last 10 years back, he founded Dragon Knights Tea, and that is fully based on matcha, hojicha, sejicha, so which is basically famous from Japan. And he is very fond of tea lover. So he started doing that cafe of his own business throughout the nation in Japan. So please, Kento, you can start your presentation. Abhijit sir, please can you run his presentation on behalf of Kento?
Wait a minute. I think I can.
Yeah.
Uh, Wait a minute. I have to switch to basically my net is very low over here. Kento means uh, uh, Kento
Will I
from
share your
Japan.
screen?
Hi.
Yeah,
Yes, yes,
you
yes.
just
He's from
mark it.
Japan.
Yeah. You just mark it, or you can share
Just a minute.
to me.
Hmm. Now again I'm sharing.
Can share it again. Have you shared it?
Just a minute, sir.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, check please.
No, it has not yet come. You have shared it in WhatsApp or email?
WhatsApp.
The last one it is showing Posad.
Now,
Yeah, now it
now,
is.
see,
Dragon
see,
Knights.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, Dragon
Dragon
Knights.
Knight. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I will share the document. Just showing error. I will again try share screen. Start. Hmm. It is saying you have to select either image or PDF. PPT is not being shared.
No. Yeah, PPT is there. I have shared you this one only, PPT.
No. PPT, it is showing error.
You asked Kento. Hello, Kento.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah, can you once share your that presentation to us?
Okay.
I
I
think that
tried.
will be easy. There is
You
a
just
share
run by your.
button on the down below. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Just between record and reactions. Or else I have to convert it into PPT and wait a minute.
Can you see this?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Abhijit sir, please see. He is
Oh,
sharing that his this one.
okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It is okay.
Okay, so can I
Yeah, yeah,
start
it
my
is visible. It is visible.
okay, first of all, please allow me to read the manuscript as I can read and write English, but I'm not a good listener and speaker. Um, I am a tea farmer producing Japanese tea in the Ujicha production area of Kyoto Prefecture. 5 years ago, I took over a tea plantation that had fallen into disrepair and revived it. I also produce organic Japanese tea and export tea to countries around the world. It also conducts research on rare Japanese tea producing regions throughout Japan. Uh, the production area in the image is deep in the mountains in a place called Tokushima Prefecture, in a village where only a few dozen people no longer live. An old lady manages the tea plantation alone and produces a type of Japanese tea that only she can make. But she will probably leave production within a few years. We are also involved in the preservation of these dying technologies. We have also created the character of Japanese tea. We also have a YouTube channel with this character. We also sell the card game that shows the production process of Japanese tea. All this is done to add value to Japanese tea. So, value added may sound like a common concept, but what I mean by value added is the fusion of completely different industries, such as this Japanese tea and characters or Japanese tea and card games, as I have already mentioned. And as you know, Japanese tea is nowadays popular as an ingredient in lattes and confectionery. This has boosted the consumption of Japanese tea, matcha. The same thing also happened in ancient Japan. Oda Nobunaga, the shogun at the time, guaranteed that the tools used for Japanese tea would have a value equivalent to a castle or a piece of land in the country. This is a form of modern day Bitcoin. This also encouraged the consumption of Japanese tea itself. In other words, consumption of Japanese tea is encouraged when it clashes with a completely different value concept. Last but not least, we are now using generative AI to represent Japanese tea in the context of anime and games. which are part of which are part of Japan's proud culture. I'm very sorry that this is a rushed speech, but thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Kento.
Uh,
So, is there any questions people can ask him? Because in Japan the time is ahead of India. So please.
Yeah, I have one question, Dr. Ganguly, from Kento-san.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Kento-san. Now I hear that matcha production is limited in Japan and in demand. Is that correct?
Yeah, you are right. It is correct.
Right. So I also hear that some people are not selling matcha, but they prefer to sell to their own customers, long-standing customers. So that is correct, right?
Yes, it is also
Yeah.
correct.
Yes. So I hear about this matcha a lot, about the L-theanine in matcha. The L-theanine, how it activates your brain cells and, so it's I think by being in the tea industry for a long period, I feel that out of all the teas, matcha has a lot of health benefits in terms of tea consumption, because you're consuming the whole leaf and you're not throwing out anything else, anything away, like in black tea or green tea. So I hope I'm right, which I'm not, which I don't know too much about matcha, but this is what I read. So if you can say either I'm right or wrong, I'll be grateful.
You are totally right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have one small questions to Mr. Kanto only. If you can allow, then I can ask.
Yeah, you can. You ask him.
See, I'm very much curious to understand how you have been using Gen AI. It's just now you mentioned to promote Japanese tea. We are a technology company. We have been providing technology or technological solutions to many companies across the globe. So definitely that curiosity is there. In tea industry, at what level Gen AI could be used, or you so far have used, for what purpose?
Uh, what is NI?
You said Gen AI. Are you using any kind of technology that
Generating AI?
yeah, that's what the Miss Gen AI. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, that is only generative AI, Gen AI. So, how we have been using, for what purpose?
Uh, we use AI for generating image we can't draw from our brain.
Okay, now I got it. So basically for promoting, you are conceptualizing something and giving the prompt to generative AI to draw a kind of right fit images that could be forwarded maybe with some kind of products. Is this or anything else?
Yes, sometimes AI is better than people, but of course, we select AI's
I
make
got it.
making
I
make
got it. But
AI
it has
product.
no relation with tea or tea industry, I believe. It's altogether for marketing.
Sir, on the lighter note, in India, tea is treated as AI. That is additive intelligence. It increases the intelligence.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kento, for your nice presentation. So next, we are looking forward from Mr. KD, you from Philippines, and he is a very much fond of tea lover. He studied his sommelier course from India, from Kolkata, Asian School of Tea, and he's running that Asian School of Tea at Philippines, and he's a joint partner of Asian School of Tea at Philippines. And right now he went to Japan to know more about that your matcha, hojicha, shijicha, so many kind of Japanese tea. He went to Obupu Tea Farm. So please, KD, you can introduce by yourself and you can start your presentation.
Hello, hello. Good evening from Japan. Again, my name is Ken KDU from my brand is Tito KD, and I'm also a training partner of Asian School of Tea and the chapter founder of Asian School of Tea Philippines. So let me just share my slide with you. Thank you again for inviting me to be part of this webinar, and I would like to wish everyone a happy International Tea Day.
Yeah, wish you the same.
Okay, so let me share my slide. Yeah, can you see my slide now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it is
Very good.
visible. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, my topic is actually more on how tea is thriving now in the Philippines. Hence, I put the title "The Mindful Art of Tea: A Contemplative Approach to Drinking and Appreciation." So let me start with this slide by discussing more about the Chinese in the Philippines. So even today, many people have likely never heard of the Philippines tea culture. I believe so. And such an ironic fact because considering that long before the Spain colonized the Philippines in the 16th century, Chinese traders, primarily from the Fujian province, were also my grandparents and my father were from, had already been engaging in commerce as early as the 9th century. And during that time, the Chinese began producing pressed tea cakes sometime during the Tang Dynasty. And to make this is to make the transport and storage more convenient. Hence, this suggests that early Chinese immigrants likely brought tea with them to the Philippines. Someone once asked me, if tea was already present back then, why didn't it thrive in the Philippines? So my answer was simple and straightforward. The Chinese, despite their presence in the Philippines, didn't hold power or influence during that time. And so during that time, when Spain colonized the Philippines, Chinese was regarded as a lower caste. So they didn't have power, they didn't have influence, even though that this pressed tea cakes are already available back then. So that being said, tea was never a huge part of a Filipino culture. But there is one beverage who topped the chart, and that is actually coffee. So because of the colonizers, coffee became staple in every Filipino household. And I would like to share a few data before I jump back into tea. The Philippines is the second largest consumer of coffee in Asia. And in 2024 data, Filipinos consumed an average of 3.50 kilograms of coffee per person. And lastly, 80% of Filipinos drink an average of 2.5 cups of coffee per day. So as you can see, tea really doesn't have a place in Filipino culture, but there has been a shift. So over the years, is noticeably an increase in true tea awareness in the Philippines, and I'm not just talking about matcha or the boba tea culture. And this shift is not really surprising because it has been a trend in a global trend. And according to Coherent Marketing Insights, one of the key drivers behind the rise of tea culture is the growing public awareness of the health benefits associated with tea. And this increased awareness also appears to correlate with the rising demand for premium and specialty teas. But this is not enough for Filipinos to completely shift to tea drinking. So what did we do? What did Tito KD and Asian School of Tea do to start introducing tea culture in the Philippines? Is this one. So Tito KD, in collaboration with the Asian School of Tea Philippines, introduced tea culture within the health and wellness sector, aligning with practices rooted in spirituality. So Filipinos are the trend in the Philippines. Many are becoming more spiritual in their daily lives, in their daily practices. Hence, we saw that an opportunity to introduce tea under that segment. So what we did is we partner with health and wellness studios, corporate wellness programs, and similar organizations through various engagements such as Tea and Zen, Mindfulness and Tea, and other experiential sessions that promote intentional living through tea. And our model is very simple. So most of you probably are familiar with when it comes to tea, the mindful art of drinking tea, is we engage our five senses from the hearing, the sight, the touch, the sensory, and then the taste. But most importantly, is actually what we introduce to people is the intentionality of tea drinking. At the core of this practice is the drinker's intention, which makes the experience deeply rooted, enriching, and meaningful. So when tea drinkers, what we realize, when tea drinkers discover deeper meaning and purpose and connection through tea, they naturally begin to embrace it as a part of their lifestyle. So in support of this, we provide tea education to make it more cohesive. So we don't just introduce tea as a spiritual practice or as a beverage to aid them with their spiritual practice, but we slowly insert tea education and understanding tea and the science behind it and the tradition that goes with it. So currently it's still infant, but I think we're getting notice when it comes to tea. Um, and tea drinking culture in the Philippines is still an emerging trend. However, we believe that with the right vision, well, this is one of what my vision is to position the Philippines as a globally recognized name in the world of tea, whether it's true teas, herbal infusions, or tisans. As we speak right now, we're trying to cultivate tea in our small farm in the northern part of the Philippines. So hopefully in a few years' time, we are able to have our own tea garden or tea field. And we try to partner also with local farmers and local artisans to start producing tea wares. So that has been a vision. Of course, we believe also the right approach to introducing tea, being it gentle, authentic, and without hard selling. Tea can soon take its place at the forefront of the Filipino culture alongside with our popular beverage, which is coffee and cacao. And to close my presentation, I would like to share this short poem I wrote. Is every pot poured, every cup held, mindfully prepared, gently savored, with purpose, with present, and with intention. And thank you again for your time and listening to my very short presentation.
So thank you, KD, for your nice presentation. So I asked people they can they can clarify their queries from KD. Please, KD.
Yeah, thank you. So if you have any questions about the Philippines, we don't have yet our own tea
Thank
plantation,
you.
mostly coffee, and this we are starting now, and that's why I also come to Wazuka to learn more about tea cultivation. Hopefully, we will be able to bring the practice back to our own country.
Thank you for the forgotten insight and to enrich ourselves related to the spiritual nitty-gritties of the tea.
Thank you.
So is there any question from anyone? Hello. So now we can move for next speaker, our beloved Mr. Kenny Trimdal. He basically from Sweden. Right now he settled down at Thailand, and he is having more than 40 plus year experience in tea sector. In the Spain, he started his tea cafe. Then he moved to, once upon a time, he moved to Thailand to get back that ceramics, cups and bowls for his tea business. So he got stuck here at Thailand. Then he started thinking about the forest friendly tea, that is abundant tea he found at Thailand. Now he is running successfully this business from last 25 years. So please, Mr. Kenny Drimdal, you can brief yourself and please continue of your talk. Hello.
Okay. Hello, I'm calling here from the Changi Airport in Singapore on the way back to Thailand after so I'm in a little bit strange place. And I cannot share anything, I think, because I'm not so technical skilled. So I just gonna talk straight up. I cannot show you any pictures. Normally you just share screen. No? I cannot do this. No. Anyway, so my name is Kenneth Rimdahl, and I'm the founder of Monsoon Tea. And I've been working with tea since 1993 when we started. Me and a friend started a company in Spain called Tea Shop, and then many years that company started to grow very fast, and I came to Thailand to look for teapots for that company, and then I found tea here growing inside the forest, completely different from the normal tea plantation that I seen everywhere when I was traveling around in the tea areas in the 90s. So then I started 13 years ago. I started a company called Monsoon Tea, that we are specialized in for what I call forest-friendly tea here in northern Thailand. So our intention is to try to sell as much tea as we can, so we can buy from farmers, but only if they not destroy the biodiversity around the tea, or if they add like reforest areas that are damaged already, then we also can buy from them. So we use kind of the tea today as a tool to protect biodiversity of northern Thailand. And last year we got a big grant from GSMA, it's called. It's a big organization from all the mobile telephone companies in the world. And they gave us a grant. So we developed, because before I could only look at the tea plantations, the tea areas, and say, this has a lot of biodiversity and so on. And but now we got a grant to develop a way to measure the biodiversity. So we have developed, first of all, an application that all our farmers, when they pick the tea, they need to use this application so we can see exactly from what plot this tea is coming from. So so we can see exactly the traceability system. We see exactly where the tea come from all the way to when we pack the tea and so on. And then in each plot of area where we work picking tea, we work with many different farmers around northern Thailand. So there we have put a device that listens to the sound around that area where they pick the tea, and that sound of the insects and the birds goes to an AI who we taught to analyze this sound and see what kind of insect, what weight, what importance have each insect, so we can that we can hear in each plot. So then we can get a biodiversity score of each plot. And now when we can measure, we can also start to give the farmers a bonus, like initiative to continue increase the biodiversity by giving them special bonuses after each year if they increase the biodiversity, or if they stay in a good biodiversity, in a biodiversity level that is good. We can also start to reforest. I just got a new tea plantation area, which is a completely normal tea plantation without any forest, where we will now start to put biodiversity corridors and start to measure and increase biodiversity in those areas. These things was not possible before the measurement, before we could measure, but now when we can measure, we can always like see how much more biodiversity are we actually increasing in each area of tea. And but this is of course this is very good, but we use it for the farmers and to initiative the farmers to keep and also add biodiversity into modern Thailand. But we also use it for our customers as a marketing tool, because the idea is all the time to sell as much tea as we can, so that we can buy from farmers, so our farmers can earn money by protecting biodiversity instead of cutting it down and put some monocropped tea plantations or other monocropped things like pineapple or corn or things like that. So shortly, this is more or less what we are doing here in northern Thailand. Today, I can tell you that today we have 7 shops and we are putting 2 more shops in Bangkok. Today we have 5 shops in Chiang Mai, 2 in Bangkok, and we have many wholesale customers around the world. And we are also increasing our forest-friendly tea, expanding probably to, we are in talk now with Bhutan, we're in talk with Bhutan, with Laos and other countries as well, to continue our forest-friendly project into different areas in the world. Thank you very much. Any questions? Hello?
Can I ask you, Kenneth? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
So I'm Chula from Sri Lanka right now in Indonesia. Can I ask you?
Yes.
Is your forest tea? Can you get your production? Can you get your production? Because when you say it's forest tea, you're in a basically tea which is not fertilized
listen to me.
or not
I don't
maintained.
say forest. Listen to me. I don't say forest tea. I say forest-friendly tea.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Yeah. So
forest-friendly tea, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So our tea, a forest-friendly tea can also, now when we can measure, can actually be from a normal tea plantation if we start to do actions to increase the biodiversity in also a normal tea plantation. So
Okay.
this is what we say with forest. We define it as biodiversity. So it means like the increase of biodiversity. We can do. We have both very wild tea, but not from big tea trees, but in wild tea that grows that no human have ever planted, but we don't take from big trees and it's small, and we have the right to pick it, but that's completely wild tea that no human have ever planted. Then we have other tea that grows together with the forest, because before in Thailand they were using it for make miang. Miang is an eating tea. It's fermented tea for eating that they've been doing for a very long time in here in Thailand, and but that is not used anymore. So many of these eating tea areas where they have the tea in the forest was people started to cut it down because they couldn't make money on it because nobody eats the tea anymore. So then we coming in and we change it to be tea for drinking, and it grows together with the forest.
Okay.
But anything forest-friendly tea is any tea that actually increase biodiversity from the lowest biodiversity to the highest biodiversity, but it's about the increasing biodiversity among the teas.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You mean to say forestry and tea plantation, they go hand in hand. I mean, adjacent to tea plantation, there is forestry ecosystem, right?
Yeah, no, we grow our tea normally. What we work with is Camellia sinensis assamica, and it grows together with the forest, not in tea plantation, not in long rows like in a normal tea plantation. It goes one tea plant there, one there, one there, between the trees, between other trees that grows together with the tea plant. We are also, as I said, we also now trying to do biodiversity corridors in normal tea plantations, but that we are starting right now, so we don't sell that yet.
in general in tea plantation there are some plants called shade trees. So how does it differ your shade tree tea plantation and forestry tea plantation?
Yeah, I have seen many plantations with shade trees, and biodiversity doesn't increase with hundreds of trees of the same species. Biodiversity means biodiversity. Diversity means many things, many plants, many insects, many flowers, many things. That is biodiversity.
What is the proportion of tea plants and rest of the trees?
Depends on the area. We work with many different kinds of area, so it depends. We're trying to do in the normal tea plantation that we're working with now. We're trying to take away 30% more or less of the tea, put biodiversity. I mean, many trees, many flowers, many things. Bring back the life, the insect, the fungus in the soil. Bring back the nature, and then we take away about 30% of that in the first step, and then we think we will keep for the farmers, we will have increased the price so that the farmers will make the same amount of money as they did before with a tea plantation that is quite destructive for the biodiversity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth.
Thank you.
Nice your presentation.
It's a
And
pity I
you
couldn't
allow
show-
me to.
Yes.
Okay. So, safe journey for you, Thailand. So now
Thank you
our
very
next
much.
speaker is our beloved. Yeah, welcome. Now our next speaker is Dr. Biswajit Bera sir. He worked in our Tea Board of India as well as Tea Research Institution, Jorhat. So he's having more than 35 years experience in tea sector, and in his name he's having so many international and national publications. So sir, please brief yourself and continue your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwanath Ganguly, for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this type of international event on the occasion of International Tea Day today, that is 21st May 2025. My talk will be mostly based on tea improvement and tea industry, because I was working as a scientist in, as you mentioned, Toklai Tea Research Institute for long 15 years in the area of botany. Basically, I was a botanist, biotechnologist. Followed by, I spent some time in Tea Board as a director research, mostly administrative work. So with this experience, I can briefly tell you about past, present, and future of plant improvement, tea breeding, tea biotechnology, or many different areas of genomics, helping to develop cultivar, superior cultivar for the service to the tea industry. In India, as you all know that we have 3 tea research institutes. Toklai Tea Research Institute in Northeast India, located at Jorhat, Assam. Upashi, United Planters Association South India in Coimbatore, and Tea Board has its own tea research institute called Darjeeling Tea Research and Development Center in Darjeeling District, Karshiang. All these 3 institutes, they do study germplasm collection, characterization, and documentation. And all these germplasm resources or tea genotypes are very, very important as a basic material for tea improvement program. Initial years, maybe 100 years before, tea improvement was mostly based on selection and hybridization, followed by long-term trial to test the quality yield of tea along with stress resistance, biotic and abiotic stress resistance. Over the years, in the advent of science and technology, we have adopted many different molecular tools and techniques, which includes DNA fingerprinting, molecular characterization, molecular documentation, genetic diversity, phylogenetic analysis, so on and so forth. Of late, only recently we have been able to publish a paper from India that whole genome sequencing of tea, the Assam variety TV1, a cultivar which was developed by Toklai long back in 1949. So that is a big achievement from Indian perspective, that whole genome sequencing of a tea has been recorded, that particularly the Assam tea. With that information and some other areas of genomics work, which includes structural genomics, functional genomics, and metabolomics, whereby we can see the correct identification of a tea plant. As you all know that tea plant or tea leaf, they are having mostly what we call it overlapping characters. So sometimes it is very difficult to distinguish one from the other. So we have adopted molecular documentation, DNA fingerprinting. Of late, we are handling DNA barcoding also, and DNA sequence-based molecular marker development, which is the foolproof for characterization and documentation of Indian tea. At the same time, for any infringement, we can protect Indian tea germplasm and Indian tea cultivars. We are also focusing on the health beneficial effects of tea, which had already been mentioned by speakers. Health aspects of tea has been decoded by many different scientists in and around Calcutta, outside Calcutta also. From tea board, we have
No, it
funded
doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay.
many different projects, both scientists and clinicians, that doctors, they have done some good work on Indian black tea, which has got health beneficial properties against many human ailments like cancer, cardiovascular disease, then diabetes, and so on and so forth. Now we are focusing on clinical genomics. Having said that, I would like to mention here that two parts are focused here. One is clinicians do clinical practice. So there are some methods required for clinical trial of health with beneficial properties of black tea, which is little bit lacking. So you are focusing on that. And genomics part, whatever information available right now, they are to be used for the marker assisted selection, which is very precise, not subjective, which will help us to develop cultivar within a short period of time, and certainly trait specific genes are being identified for quality, for disease resistance, etc., etc. So these are all focus areas. Only plant improvement cannot help to guide the tea industry in a better way. We need to have soil management, we need to have pest control, nutrition management. Then, nowadays food safety is playing a very big role as far as domestic consumption of tea or the international export. So that's why food safety and quality, regulatory aspect, presence of pesticides, MRLs, heavy metals, iron filings, so on and so forth. We are also focusing on that part. And other than this, overall good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, good hygienic practices, HACCP, all are giving due importance for that. And last but not the least, as you all know, that climate change is a very big issue these days. So we are working on climate change issues, particularly climate resilience tea plantations using both conventional methods and molecular methods, tools and techniques, particularly using genomics. Before I stop, let me tell you that non-tariff barrier, TBT and SPS, trade-related technical barrier to trade and sanitary and phytosanitary measures, they are also giving equal importance for Indian tea, so that one can have Indian tea for safe consumption. With these few words, I stop here, and thank you very much, the organizer, for inviting me to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So please, people can ask your queries to Dr. Biswajit Bera, sir.
Can go ahead to the next speaker.
Signal is okay. Yeah.
Is there any questions from the audience? So if not, so can we move forward? So our next speaker is Mr. Indranil Chakraborty. He is in the traffic, so he will be joined later on. So now next speaker is Mr. Souvik Bhattacharya. So he is a founder and business analysis of National Foundation. So please, Sovik, you can brief yourself, your experience and all with our audience and the speakers. Kindly. Hello.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Hello, Dr. Ganguly. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You can speak, man.
Hello.
Hello, Sovik. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Dr. Ganguly, am I audible?
You are audible. You just
Hello.
please try to speak.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. First, I would like to thank Dr. Ganguly for inviting me on this particular event. This is a international day for tea, and uh, frankly speaking, really I am not directly linked with the tea. Dr. Ganguly invite me on this particular event, so 100% I'm very much obliged and very delighted to having this invitation, as well as I'm giving thanks to the all participants in this event across the world. First thing is that in right now in not only in India, in entire world, there is a
Hello.
hello. Actually, the
Yes.
stormy weather is surrounding in my area, so that's why maybe some technical blockages comes maybe. Hello.
Oh. Yes, yes. You continue. You continue. We are listening you.
Can I continue? Okay. Okay. I have a topic on today's presentation. Especially, I would like to talk on this particular matter because I am added with organic inputs research and development, and my organization is doing this kind of work across India and some outside countries of India also. So, can you start the slide, please? Hello. Can you play the slide, please?
I don't know. Bish, can you hear me? Hello? Bish, can you
Hello.
hear me? Bish, can you hear me?
Yes, I am hearing you.
Bish,
Hello.
what's the problem? Yeah,
Actually, I
spending a
am
lot
on
of
train.
time. Why can't he come online?
Some network problem issues is
Bish, why
happening
don't
over
you move
here.
on? Bish, why don't you move on? If we can't hear him.
I am unable. I am unable. Sir, I am unable to connect my slides actually. So that's why I've already given to Dr. Ganguly. If it is possible, can you please play the slides from there?
Just a minute. There, Abhijit sir is present. Hello.
Yeah, there is a issue in some system sharing the PPT. So can you convert it into PDF and share so that or else you have to continue without the PPT.
Okay, if it
In
is
my
possible,
case also, I cannot share the PPT. You have to convert it into PDF. Do you have any PDF
okay,
copy so that you can share it?
okay, sir. Can I come again to 5 minutes, sir, after any for any other speaker? If you can carry on, I am coming after completing the work. Okay, can it is possible?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello,
Hello.
hello.
Yeah, there is some technical issue with
Bish,
Mr. Shovik.
Bish,
So he can later
Bish,
on he can
minutes.
share his. Huh?
Some
Hello.
technical issues is happening, sir.
Okay, we can listen you later on. So now there will be another speaker. He's from Bhutan. His name is Dr. Purna Prasad Chapagai. He is a lecturer of Natural Resource University, Department of Sustainable Development. So on behalf of him, the student will present her presentation. So please, Mr. Dr. Purna, you please ask your student to present her presentation. Hello.
Hello everyone. Am I audible
Yeah.
now?
Yes, you are audible. Please.
Okay, so I'll try to share my screen. So is the screen visible now? Can you see the PPT
Yes,
presentation?
yes, Sonam, please go ahead. We can hear you and we can see your PPT.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Firstly, it's a privilege to be a part of this International Tea Day and to be a part of this discussion. So actually, Mr. Purna is supposed to present, but due to his personal work, I will be presenting on his behalf. So the topic for the presentation is the potential of tea cultivation in Bhutan and how it can contribute to food and crop diversification towards sustainable development, especially amidst the climate change. So to begin the presentation, firstly, let's talk about the significance of tea in our country, Bhutan. So tea has not traditionally been a major crop in the country, but due to the changing climate and with the need of diversification, tea plays a significant role, and it contributes to food security, then sustainable development. Then it can also act as an alternative for income, and it builds resilience to climate change. And overall, it aligns with Bhutan's sustainability goal. So in this slide, I will be talking about what makes our country Bhutan a suitable area for the plantation of tea. So there are two climatic factors, altitude and temperature, and secondly, rainfall. So to talk about altitude, Bhutan has diverse topography, and its altitude ranges from 100 meters to over 7,000 meters. And this high altitude leads to diverse microclimate, which is beneficial for the plantation of tea. And secondly, the high altitude, it is also important and beneficial for the plantation of the tea. And secondly, to talk about the rainfall, Bhutan receives ample rainfall, and that is beneficial for the cultivation of tea. And in addition to that, proper management of water can also lead to consistent tea cultivation, and despite having the varying weather patterns. And moving on, we will be talking about the importance of tea plantation in the economic field. So for the income generation, in rural areas where the farmers basically depend on farming, tea cultivation can act as an alternative source for income. And not only that, it will also reduce the dependency of farmer in the subsistence farming. So overall, it helps in making the economy of the farmers more resilient to climate change. And secondly, the high quality organic tea from Bhutan, it can be sold into a special market, which will overall boost up the economy of the country. And besides the economic benefits, there are also environmental advantages of tea plantation. So firstly, the tea plants have deep root systems, which help reduce the soil erosion, which is a disastrous issue in the country, in the mountainous country like Bhutan. And secondly, the plantation of tea can also act as a carbon sink, which will help mitigate climate change issues. And lastly, it enhances the biodiversity, then it also provides habitat, and overall it stabilizes the ecosystem. Then to talk about the social and cultural benefits of tea plantation in our country. So firstly, like as I said, tea cultivation has not been traditionally practiced in our country, but however, tea plays an important role in Bhutanese culture. So expanding of the tea plantation can reinforce the traditional practices and culture practices. And with that, the tea plantation obviously involves the community people. So it will eventually lead to enhancement of the community engagement. So here, as we know that the climate change issues are rising, so with that, how the tea plantation can help build resilience for the climate change, as firstly, it helps in diversification of the crop. So tea plantation can reduce the risks of monocropy, and overall it makes it reduces the issue of the monocropping. And secondly, the tea plantation integrated with intercropping, agroforestry, and organic farming can act as an adaptation strategy to build resilience against the climate change. Then, so for all the significance and the plans of tea plantation to be successful, a strong policy and institutional support is also required. So for that, if the government could conduct training and workshop regarding the tea plantation, then it would really help the implementation of tea cultivation in our country. And secondly, investing more in research and development can also support the plantation of the tea. And lastly, making the infrastructure of the market much better and making that market accessible to the farmer will help inspire and motivate the farmers in implementing the tea cultivation project. So of course, with the tea cultivation project, challenges will also come in. So in this slide, I will be talking about the challenges of the tea cultivation along with the proposed solutions. So firstly, Bhutan has rough terrain, and because of that, finding the suitable land for cultivating the tea will be difficult. So the proposed solution for that can be practicing terracing and also sustainable land management can reduce the issue of land unavailability. And secondly, with rising climate change issues, pests and diseases are also increasing. So for that, the solution can be biological or organic pest control methods. So by proposing that solution, it will help reduce the pest and disease issues. And the third challenge is the lack of knowledge and skill. So as I said, if the government could conduct trainings and workshops regarding the cultivation practices and sustainable practices, then it will help solve the issue of lack of knowledge and skills. So that is overall for the presentation. And to conclude the presentation, as I said, that Bhutan has not traditionally practiced the tea cultivation, but in the future, if Bhutan could cultivate tea or plant the tea, then it can be a successful project. And tea plantation has many significance in the country, like such as diversification of the crop, then building environmental sustainability, then boosting up the livelihood and building resilience to climate change. So overall, if with the right support and with the right community effort, Bhutan can achieve. Sorry.
And China. That's cool.
So Bhutan can achieve that project, and so this project will eventually benefit both the economic side as well as the environmental side. So basically, that is all for the presentation, and thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a nice presentation. So audience can ask questions from her.
You guys wait. You guys
When your presentation, you don't know.
no time.
No time. What's your number?
Can I come in? If there are any question, I can also help Sonam, who is the presenter right now, to try to answer your question, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's one question in the comments.
Yes, please continue.
Thank you very much for the question. It says, what is the culture of tea drinking in Bhutan? It's indeed a very good question because we have one of the unique most kind of tea been produced in Bhutan. It's called suja in our language. It's a butter salt tea actually, and it's been prepared by churning this mixture of butter, tea leaves, and salt. And since Bhutan, as our presenter just made the presentation, is a high altitude Himalayan region, it needs a food stuff which can keep us warm, So therefore, this warm butter content tea can help us probably remain warm enough in cold climates. So probably this is the reason behind why we consume a lot of this suja called suja, which is a unique tea in our country. Well, I say
This
this,
type of
we
tea
also
preparation is
consume.
also there in India.
So many people.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, can I go ahead? So, but
Yes,
we
sir.
also consume sweet tea, different forms of tea that the people in India consume, like masala tea and all. So, yeah, but this suja is a bit unique kind of tea in our country. And there's another question from Samsung SM. It says, can you give me more details about food and crop diversification? I think the presenter was trying to say that um, since tea is not that rooted, culturally rooted uh, kind of crop that has been produced in the past, so introducing tea cultivation would diversify further. But other food crops are varied, like vegetables and cereals, and so we have diverse crops. Probably that will take a long to answer different diversification of crops, but tea would just enhance the diversity that already exists in food market. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Sir, Bhutan is known for its carbon neutral footprint.
That's true.
And on the contrary, tea is something which is not in alignment with that concept. How do you address these two in a synchronized way?
I think cultivation of tea actually helps in sequestering carbon. So because it's anyway a plant product, so it absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. But while it would consume a little bit of produce a little bit of carbon dioxide during the process stage, overall we expect that cultivation of tea, a lot of tea garden would actually help in sequestering carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So it would actually enhance for Bhutan to go neutral, carbon neutral in the long run. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Pleasure.
Do you currently have tea plantation in Bhutan, doctor?
Yes,
To
we
what
do.
extent? If you have tea plantation in
That's a very
Bhutan.
good question again. We do have some tea cultivation in some pockets. For example, I think in this discussion series itself, there is one tea grower from Himalayan region called a place called Tongsa, and she grows mountain tea, actually green tea, and probably she's going to make the presentation in the later stage of this presentation. And so such kind of tea cultivation do exist. In the foothills also we have tea very much similar to that of Assam tea, and in the higher altitude we have some tea gardens in some pockets, not in large quantity, as something very much similar to that of Darjeeling tea in India. So we do have, but the problem is it's in terms of quantity, it's very limited or in a small quantity. So there is a lot of potential to advance. I mean to cultivate more, to increase and enhance tea cultivation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, Biswajit Bera had a question. Status of tea research in Bhutan. That's again a very beautiful question. We have very much, very limited tea research being done. So our presenter today, Sonam, was trying to align her presentation towards that. There is a lot of room for research to be carried on tea related issues and challenges. So it's very open right now. We have not much done researches on tea. So yeah, that's a good question.
Any institute exclusively doing on tea research or any university?
As of now, we don't have any. Probably we will have some individuals in the near future, but there is no institute that does researches on tea related aspects for now.
Are you interested to collaborate with anybody?
That's a very good question again. We are as academic institute. I am particularly interested to collaborate in terms of tea related researches in with anybody anywhere else. With your success stories, probably we can go ahead in cultivating tea for sustainable development in our country also.
Okay, then you may please contact Dr. Vishwanath Ganguly for
Sure, we
future
are.
collaboration.
Yeah, thank you. We are already in discussion with Dr. Vishwanath Ganguly. I'm frequently in touch with him, so that's a good suggestion. Thank you. I will take that seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, hope is there any question apart from anyone? So, can we move next our speaker? Hello.
Yeah, you can proceed.
So our next speaker is Dr. Arup Kumar Moitra sir from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. So he is having more experience regarding organic tea cultivation. Joint venturely started organic tea farm at North Bengal University, Shiv Mandir, Siliguri, Darjeeling district. And he is a former HOD of Department of Microbiology at St. Xavier's College, and presently he is serving Controller of Examination. Sir, please continue your brief and continue of your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have some slides, so I will share the slide, but I will not speak from them. Is the slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. As you have seen, the title of this lecture is Production of Microbial Consortia for Tea. As a matter of fact, if we see the present day scenario, in the name of organic tea, different varieties are being sold in the market which is not having pure organic flavor, because all in the name, when we say organic, everybody will buy it at a greater price, and that definitely we are not really checking whether this is organic or not. So in our laboratory, of course in collaboration with Dr. Ganguly, what we have done is we developed a unique consortia and we applied in his field, and we got some novel results which definitely higher antioxidant and higher potential for health benefit. So this actually made the long-term challenge of producing organic tea, and definitely the research is ongoing. But here what I am trying to say is that when we say only we are using biofertilizer with a mix of different bacteria, there are certain procedure, and that actually I will discuss in this particular presentation. Now, what we need different types of organism, but that will have a specific role to play in the soil. And as a matter of fact, this is not always in the soil, but also it will protect the plant holistically. So, rhizosphere and phyllosphere organism can be actually acting as a fortress for this particular tea plant in the long run. So, these microorganisms that normally we use can be nutrient cycler, can be bioremediators. They can actually they produce aggregate stability through other organisms, harbor other organisms. They are phosphate solubilizer, nitrogen fixer, potassium solubilizer, and most importantly, they also will have biocontrol properties. They will protect the plant from different types of organisms, pathogenic. So, when these organisms are procured, ideally, if we can use a particular variety or we can use a particular field or particular tract, then it will be ideal. So, ideally, what we believe is to get hold of this organism from the soil where it will be applied. So, naturally, these organisms, when they are taken from the soil, they should have all these properties. Most importantly, in addition to that, they should have the biocontrol properties, and they might produce some hormone which will definitely ensure better plant growth, because ultimately what you are attracted to is the two leaves and the apical bud. So definitely this type of organism screening is very important, and at any point of time when these organisms are actually interacting with each other, they they cannot be used together. So you cannot use the same organism which are antagonistic to each other, which you can easily obtain by doing the t-test. T-test is growing them in a T-like position, and if they are inhibiting each other, obviously you don't use them. So these are, I told you, these are arbuscular microfungi or vesicular arbuscular fungi, which definitely they are mycorrhizal fungi and they produce ectomycorrhizal or endomycorrhizal growth, and they definitely help in different properties, like apart from NPK, apart from micronutrient, they also may act as a remediating organism. Before going into the different organisms which is already proved, I must tell you that apart from rhizosphere, which is relatively easy, which we got very good result when we used in Dr. Ganguly's garden. But what is important, we are also trying to develop some phylosphere consortia. And these consortia will have some specific properties which you are trying to look at. That is, they should be stable enough to grow in the phylosphere. They should be non-pathogenic, not causing any particular damage. They should have biocontrol properties, that is capable of producing some organic compounds, volatile organic compounds, and they should be able to colonize with biofilms so that they are not easily washed out with rain. And they should also actually procure nutrients, and these nutrients can be in the form of stress metal, or always not, it is not possible, but holistically, if phylosphere and rhizosphere together are used, we can get very good result. So these organisms are already being used: Pinnibacillus, Acetobacter, Pseudomonas, Achromobacter, then Bacillus cereus, Bacillus niacini, Ochrobacter, they are all definitely used as biofertilizer or consortia. So I was going through some literatures and we actually saw 73 different bacteria have already been reported from T rhizosphere, and which are actually being very commonly used for specific purpose. And these purposes may be pest control, maybe biomass increase, maybe immunomodulatory activity, etc. And this is basically what they do. The tea rhizosphere, they will definitely go inside and they will promote plant growth directly or indirectly. And sometimes this particular fungi, they produce some exudate which will attract the bacteria and they will act as a particular vehicle for this bacteria to enter and to promote growth. And tea growth promoting bacteria along with these arbuscular microfungi can actually give very good consortia for plant growth, which we are actively doing in lab and applying in fields to get very good result. And I believe really that if this particular principle of using microbes from the residual soil and using them after screening can actually give wonderful result in the true sense of the term. And I really like to say that one such formulation that we have developed is the TBACT, which is being used in the field and excellent results have been obtained. So maybe if anybody is interested, we are ready to give free samples for testing. So what we can conclude is increase in overall fertility, pest concentration reduction, prevention of soil erosion, different activities, and general detoxification are the mainstay of producing organic tea, and microbes can do marvel provided you use the right microbe at the right time. So that was all which I wanted to share today, and if there is any question I will be very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Actually, initially, as you have said that uh, in the market there are organic tea available, but it is very difficult to ensure or confirm that that tea is organically produced. So how do we identify or characterize or know, particularly as a common man point of view, that it is organic tea, except the certification which is being produced with organic tea?
Sir, as far as we are concerned, we do some biochemical testing. So definitely that catechin content, epigallocatechin content, antioxidant property, these are very common tests that we do to indicate that this tea is good for health. But for common man point of view, we will be in a better position to suggest some ways. By apart from flavor, definitely, flavor is not everything, but there should be some parameter with which we can say this is organic. I don't know. Apart from biochemical test, there is any test for common man to do it at home to find out whether this is an organic tea.
Actually, that is what I was wondering. Okay, in the laboratory, okay, in the laboratory, you have seen that some informations generated biochemically that confirms that this is organically produced, right? That's what you are
Yes,
telling.
yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
that is fine. I'd like to discuss later on for that in detail. But from common man point of view, I frankly I do not have also idea, except the tea which is marketed and in the packet retailers of it is written that organically produced tea like that. So you have to see which certificate they are producing. Nowadays there
Yes.
are large number of certifying bodies. Na? In India, NPOP or EPIDA, they are also helping us, Ministry of Commerce. That system is there from regulatory point of view. We have to have faith on that,
Maybe,
or if
sir,
not,
definitely. With your contact, in fact, the product which we tested in Dr. Ganguly's garden, that
right.
can be used for other gardens as well. So maybe if you give us some contacts, we can actually go for the testing. Already we have tested in our laboratory, but if any sort of certification is there, we can go ahead with that. In fact, we are in the process of patenting this also. So after we procure the patent, we can definitely search for interested parties to provide our little discovery, and
Right. No,
at
it's
the
great.
end of the
Great.
day, good for the society, good for human race.
Very good. See, nowadays, not only of tea, but any agricultural produce, vegetables, spices, if it is organically produced, certainly consumers like you, me, whether everybody is inclined towards that. But we, the scientific community, has to ensure that. And one thing, let me know from Dr. Ganguly that Dr. Ganguly, your garden is not 100% organic. Is it?
No,
Is it
sir, it
so?
is not 100% organic. It is
So in
mixed.
that case, some samples from not organically grown tea, means conventional tea, or some samples from that experimental field of Dr. Mitra,
Sir,
can
we
be
have done
compared.
that. There is a drastic difference. You will
Acha,
understand the
acha.
antioxidant property is very high in the organic
Oh,
variety where we have
oh,
used
great.
our consortia. So that has
Okay.
been checked, sir.
Check.
The
Very good. Very.
difference is wide.
That's a very good thing. I am
In fact,
particularly
in
interested
fact,
to know that.
you can also get in touch with Dr. Sudeshna Shamchudri because she did the biochemical analysis.
Great, great. Now, very good work. Uh, do publish, or you are trying to patent it. That's a good thing. And anyway, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you and Dr. Ganguly. It's a good collaboration between scientists working in St. Xavier's College, and Vishwanath is very keen to do something new,
And you
something
are only
great.
instrumental in this context, and you
No,
only
no, yeah,
actually
that's the theoretical part.
Dr.
That's the
Ganguly.
theoretical. Yeah, that's it. Anyway,
Yeah,
thanks to both of
thank
you.
you to both of you,
Yeah,
sir.
I have
And
a suggestion in this regard.
Yes.
So, in order to analyze, I am not sure, we might take help of a gaseous spectrometer to analyze the signature micro components or micro things, so that we can design a pattern or we can derive a pattern which will be separating organic from inorganic.
Okay.
That's a just suggestion.
Good suggestion. Mr. Obijit is always
Because this type of
yeah,
things are used in essence industry in
okay.
FFDC Kannauj. So you
Good,
can collaborate with them,
Thank you. Thank you.
and I think it might become a help to it.
good suggestion. We'll explore. Thank you.
Doctor, I have one question, please. Now, for organic tea, there's a big demand in the world. I mean, everybody's asking for organic tea. So, as a practical, tea planter, I want to find out how you replace the nitrogen replacements required for tea production, continuous to keep the tea bush in the vegetative phase. So, how do you replace the nitrogen, your replacement, say like 1 to 10? We go as 1 to 10 or 1 to 12. How do you do that when you're in organic? And how do you control your weeds? Because the weeds is a big problem, right, in plantations.
Yeah.
Can I get some insight on that, please?
Yeah, sir. What I actually believe is that nitrogen replacement can be done by some of these bacteria which are very
Yeah.
efficient in nitrogen fixation. They are
Yes.
very efficient, and you will give say 5 microgram, but they will multiply in the soil. So their benefit is 1,000 times, 10,000 times. So gradually the nitrogen replacement will take place, and they will provide enough nitrogen to the plant, and that will actually help the plant to grow. Number one. Number two, coming to the control of fungal pathogen, insect pathogen, that we have tested. But to a great extent, sometimes weeds are there. But as a matter of fact, some of these bacteria, they do produce, IAA or indole acetic acid like compounds. And some of these auxin like compounds, they act as weedicides. So automatically, if the hormone concentration goes up, so weeds automatically will come down. So that's why we call it a holistic application. But here lies a challenge, that if we can use a particular consortia which is applicable to all types of soil, Now, this is a real challenge. We are also working in with that, taking, there are some organisms which are extremophiles because they can grow in extreme condition in high altitude, or they can grow indoors in the foothill region. In both the conditions they will grow. If we can grow this type of consortia, it will be an ideal mix which can be applied anywhere in the tea garden in the world.
Very good, very good. You nitrogen fixing bacteria means that azotobacter rhizobium, you are meaning that.
Even some bacillus, they are also doing the excellent work. That was in our
Okay.
consortia.
Okay, great. Good one. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
in this context, I would
I
like
will
to
get it.
express to.
I will get in touch with you, Dr. Anand.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very happy to collaborate.
Yeah, we will get in touch with you.
Yeah, is there any questions from audience side?
I think Vedoprana is one of the worker, and Devopriya, you are there. So in our team, we are four. Sudeshna, Vedoprana, Devopriya, and myself. We work in the St. Xavier's laboratory, and we have developed this product, and we are on the verge of patenting this product. Dr. Sudeshna is not there, I think. Dr. Sudeshna is our biochemist.
Oh.
And Dr. Vedoprana and Dr. Devopriya, they did their PhD, and now they are working as project assistant or project fellow after the PhD in a DBT sponsored project.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I would like to request to Mr. Chula. He can contact to you, Arup sir. So if time permits, so Chula can bring you people to. Now he is in Indonesia. He can bring you people to Indonesia and have a good collaboration. So that can be done from Mr. Chula side as well as from our Arup sir side also.
Thank you very much. That will be a good collaboration. We look forward to that.
So is there any question apart from it? So can we move forward? There is a Dr. Devopriya Moitra. Whether she is available?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So please kindly introduce of your brief. Then you continue your talk.
So first, I'll share my screen if it's can. Is my screen visible to everybody? Yeah, it is.
It is visible.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Devopriya Moitro, and just prior to my presentation, it was my mentor, Dr. Arup Kumar Mitro, who basically presented.
Put it in the presentation mode.
Yes, I will switch it. So basically, it's visible, right? Okay. So Dr. Arup Kumar Mitro, he gave a brief nutshell about this tea formulation, this bacteria consortia, and all the experiments that has been done. Basically, I have been working with this formulation as a part of my PhD, and today I will be giving my lecture on bridging the gap, transitioning organic practices from research to real world farm problems. Okay. So what happens, the vision for this work basically came from the fact that there is a lot of work that is being done in the research field, but the actual transition from lab to the land, the actual farm is pretty low. The rate is pretty low. Keeping this background in mind, we actually planned on transitioning our product, which we made as a part of part of my PhD and part of our project. We thought of transitioning this into actual tea cultivating conditions and see how the results are coming. So I'm not going to waste much time on basic descriptions, as we know that India and China are one of the largest producers of tea. This is basically a brief schematic representation of the current production of 2024. Now, tea, we know in India, Assam, Darjeeling, Nilgiri, these are also Kangra. These are one of the premier regions where tea is basically produced. Now, Now, there is a lot of news reports we get that tea is facing a lot of drastic declination in production and productivity. Few of the major reasons for that can be attributed to major reasons can be attributed to the climate change, and as a result of climate change the phytopathogenic infestation is increasing. There is a chance of like tea gardens are pretty old, most of the tea gardens are pretty old, so therefore there's a chance of losing resident tea microflora, as a result of which the plants are basically losing their vigor and potentiality of producing more. Also, there is a lack of holistic approach in most of the organic farming practices. There is nowadays a lot of organic biofertilizers, organic bioinoculants which are available in the market. However, we see that there is a lack of holistic approach, because most of the formulations which are found, either it is targeting some specific kind of phosphate solubilization properties or some nitrogen fixation, but but a holistic approach of it's like one particular approach which is targeting most of the problems and boosting the plant for its yield and productivity and also quality, that is lacking. So keeping this in mind, we actually planned on designing a bacterial consortia which will actually target not only its production, but it will also try to improve the soil fertility, it will try to boost the yield, it will try to improve the quality parameters as much as we can test in our small lab, and also it will try to see the therapeutic potential. So keeping that in mind, this was basically a schematic, as previously Dr. Arup Kumar Mitro sir also said, that microbial interaction of tea is present with a lot of plant growth promoting bacteria, arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi is there. There are many other means. So for my work, I basically targeted on tea growth promoting bacteria. Now, compost is also another way, but we did not focus on compost. Now, let's straight away come to the tea bag story. So what is this tea bag? So we basically made a formulation out of taking bacteria both from tea rhizosphere, that is from actual tea growing soil. So we isolated bacteria from there, and we also got some bacteria from our regular compost, because regular compost is basically a hub of enriched bacteria. And also we took some extreme bacteria which are extremophile in nature, that is the bacteria which can survive in extreme growth condition, mainly keeping in mind that tea soil is largely acidic. So we wanted to have bacteria which are acidophile in nature. We thought of integrating the specific requirements of a tea rhizosphere with some regular flora, and we made this transition, we made this integrated approach, so that there can be one holistic formulation which has components from tea rhizosphere, which has components which are basically acidophilic in nature, and which also has components from enriched compost. And we did a series of tests for years, and year or two we did series of tests of these bacteria, which included all the kind of macro and micronutrient sequestration properties like nitrogen fixation, phosphate solubilization, potassium solubilization. We did a plethora of growth hormone testing like IA testing, gibberellic acid testing. We did a battery of agriculturally important enzyme testings, a lot of lignocellulite, because we know tea has a lot of littering. So therefore, if the bacteria do have the ability of producing lignocellulite degrading enzymes, then that lignocellulite, that litter, can basically be degraded, and it can act as an enriched compost mass or a humus in the soil, which can indirectly actually help in the soil fertility, increasing the soil fertility. After that, we also did co-culturing and also tested the interactions of the bacteria to know whether all these bacteria are team players or not. And based on all of our evidences, all of our data, we picked some of the bacteria, and we did not pick it manually. We made a machine learning based equation. Based on that, the machine generated approach showed that these 5 or 6 bacteria are the best of the entire lot. And based on that, we made our formulation, which is tea bagged. After that, I basically this is basically the pathway in a nutshell which I took. So we did biocontrol testing. For biocontrolling abilities, we saw various kinds of volatile organic compounds which can be produced by the bacteria. We saw cyanides, we saw small molecule metabolites, and so on and so forth. So after that, we basically had a field trial which we did it in University of North Bengal. There is a co-farm which is co-agriculture, floriculture and agriculture management group. There is this field where we did the testing. So Yeah, so I'm so sorry. So this is basically the field. We started this on small crops. This was an unkempt field, which was basically a piece of land which we took, and there were 32 plants there from two commercially important varieties, TV9 and TV25. And the plants which we started at that time, the age of the plants were 1.5 years, and we conducted the experiment for 2 years. And you can see the transition of growth in the plants. We did pruning once a year. And you can see that emergence of leaf and birds, two-leaf or bird structures also came. You can see that incidence of leaf diseases were visible in first year of application, but slowly as we started, we used to give our treatment in every 3 months. And after that, after like the 3 or 4 treatment span, we basically saw that number of the incidence of these disease leaf signs started decreasing, as you can see. And at the end of our trial, we saw almost the number of leaves were very less. It was only present in the lower surface, lower regions. Some leaves were there, but it was negligibly small. After this, we basically thought of how that what potency these plants can actually show in actual tea formed. So we basically took all the leaves, fresh leaves, treated samples, and also the control samples where the treatments were not applied, and then we hand rolled them and opt for making manufactured tea. And we actually did a plethora of testing, including all the biochemical properties like flavonoid content, catechin content, so on. And we compared it with the fresh leaves. After that, we did some anti-cancer study. It was a part of my PhD work. So I did that on two cell lines, HG2 and SY5Y. So we found that there is actually increased anti-cancerous activity of the treated line, specifically one particular treated line, which was we used to call T6, which had a combination of all the bacteria present. And then we thought of how about increasing its, how about checking whether it works in actual tea growing conditions, because ours was a tea garden, ours was an experimental garden with limited number of plants, and we used to monitor it regularly. So we thought, how about testing it in actual tea growing condition? And there it was with the help of Dr. Bishwanath Ganguly in his tea garden, we started testing. We tested it on two sets of crops, two sets of tea plants. One was 10 years old, which were the younger plants, and there was another 30-year-old clones. So we tested it with our formulation, and from this is basically when the testing took place. And from there, we actually collected our leaf samples. This is my mentor, my another mentor, Dr. Shudeshna Sham Chaudhary, who actually went for the final tea product collection and also data collection. So after that, this was basically the organic tea which was developed. And based on that, we actually did a plethora of tests, both on the fresh leaves which were collected after treatment and also on the manufactured tea. So we did a plethora of testing like antioxidants, aroma, PPO, catechin, flavor, strength, and so on and so forth. I'm not going into the scientific details of it. So basic key finding which we got out of it was, one was that the moisture ash content of all of our samples were within the ISO and FSSI limits. We saw that our sun-dried tea samples, we did 3 different type of drying method we tested. So there we found that our sun-dried tea samples showed properties which are similar to commercial white tea variety, while our hot tea tested samples were close to commercial green tea quality. It was not higher than that, but it was close to 2 commercially premium tea varieties. We also saw that FTIR scans actually showed that our tea samples have matched quercetin and gallic acid standard. It matched with those compounds. Our UVV spectra showed strong peaks of gallic acid in hot water treated sample. Our antimicrobial activity showed a very similar pattern, where we found that hot water treated sample showed the best result, followed by the sun-dried tea, which was actually higher than a commercially found white tea samples. So there were many other tests. We are actually in verge of publication. We already did one. We are actually under review in for another publication, and we are doing more publications regarding that. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Just 1 minute. So basically, this is the work in. So this is basically the work in a nutshell. I'm sorry. the glitch. So yeah, this is basically the work in nutshell. We are still on a process of testing further. We are actually going for some genomic and transcriptomic analysis as a scientific point of view. And we are also planning on testing, if we can, on a wider scale to see if this formulation is actually viable for even higher regions or tea of different regions. Like if we can test it on Assam tea or all, we are actually trying to do that if we can get some collaboration. We also have filed for patenting. The process patenting is also on the way. So this is my work, and I would definitely like to thank our principal of St. Xavier's College, Dr. Dominic Savio. I would like to thank my two mentors, Dr. Arp Kumar Mitra and Dr. Sudeshna Sham Chaudhuri. My mentor, Dr. Ranati Chakraborty, who was there always for this entire experiment. Obviously, Dr. Bishwanath Ganguly, because without whom this actual farm level testing wouldn't have been possible. And I would like to thank one and all who are present and who listened to it patiently. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And if there is any question.
Nice presentation. Thank you. So there will be a question from audience. So please continue the question.
I don't.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, regarding your last comment, like you'd like to do some transcriptomic or genomics work.
Yes,
What is
yes.
the object? What is the objective, and how you'll try to do
We
that?
want to basically see if we found that catechin is actually increasing, specifically EGCG. There is an increase in both the fresh leaves and also in the made tea sample. So we want to see which of the pathways are actually increasing in the leaves. So chalcone synthesis pathway is one of our target to see if there is an increase in the transcript of chalcone synthesis pathway. And also beta galactosidase pathway. We want to see those pathways, that which pathway is actually getting triggered by our PGP formulation.
Good, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chula. Are you here?
Yes, sir. Please tell me.
No, I'm asking Mr. Chula. He came. Hello, Mr. Chula. Hello. Hello, Mr. Chula.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Please,
Okay.
you just asked about your query to Dr.
Okay.
Devopriya.
Okay. Right.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, please go ahead. You want me to speak?
I'm asking.
Yeah.
You just asked some question. You already asked me some question regarding organic tea plantation. So
Yes.
they are the fellow who can guide you or suggest you, or they can clarify your query. Please ask her.
Yeah. So now, as I ask Dr. Anup also, there is this growing demand for organic tea, right?
Yes, sir.
But we as practical planters, practical tea guys, we are scared that our crop, we can't give the nitrogen replacement and the crop will drop.
Yes.
So two factors. One is the weed control, one is the crop. If both can be addressed, we can go for organic. Because organic demands a high price in the market.
Yes.
Right? Also, I want to know whether the liquoring properties, when you go for organic, whether the liquoring properties of the tea, right? Whether the taste profile, whether that will change.
No, that won't, because we did our testing and we found that the briskness, the liquor, the basic quality parameters, the briskness, the hue, we found that it is basically similar to our commercial quality, commercial sample. We tested it. It was from Barnes Beck. We tested it from Barnes Beck green tea sample. We tested it and we found that it is almost similar to that. I won't say it was higher than Barnes Beck green tea sample, but it was similar. So our briskness, our hue, those were similar to that. And about the nitrogen fixation, so our formulation did had bacteria. Most of our bacteria were highly potent in nitrogen fixation. So we can try that. For weeds, yes, weed management needs to be done, because although the bacteria have some weedicidal metabolites which they produce, but the incidence, the rate at which the weeds grow, specifically in a tea growing region where rainfall is pretty high, so therefore weed management needs to be done specifically. If some herbal weedicides can be used simultaneously with organic formulation, then that can give the best result. It is as per my
Okay.
understanding.
So can we get a 10% same crop? Like, so normally if you're yielding like 2000 kilos, we will put 240 nitrogen, right?
Yes, yes,
That's I'm talking about Sri Lanka, right?
yes. I understand.
So if you use the your bacteria, right?
Yeah.
Can you get the same crop, same yield?
Yes, you can get rather better yield. Initially, the yield will take some for organic. The yield will take some time to increase. You cannot get it like instant. The yield won't increase. But as I said, our formulation was we used to repeat it after every 3 months. So at the end of the year, or if you stretch it to after every 4 months, so after 3 treatments, you will get higher yield. At least there will be 10 to 15% increase in yield. We had an increase in yield as per our data. Although we want to test it further, but we had definitely had an increase in yield.
So soil pH 4.5 to 5.5.
pH will be maintained. That is why we are using acidophiles.
Okay, that control acidity.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. So I'll be in touch with you
Yes,
guys.
sir, definitely. Yes,
Dr. Bish. Yeah,
definitely.
sure.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
you.
I think we have a question in the floor.
Yes,
if
sir.
anyone can address it, related to bamboo leaf green tea by Mr. Shamir Jai Mata.
Jamatia.
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 Yeah. Yes, sir. If you can put your question.
Actually, bamboo leaf green tea, it can be made out of the bamboo leaf only, not from tea leaf. And if they want, they can go that bamboo green tea leaf, they can use the bamboo, they can put the raw tea leaf into the bamboo, inside the bamboo, and they can store, and it will become a greenish color. So that also one type of bamboo green tea.
Right. Try.
So this is the two things they can done for the bamboo green tea.
I think the question is answered. We can move to the next person.
Yeah. So now our next speaker is on the floor. Her name is Dr. Vedaprana Roy. So Dr. Vedaprana, please brief yourself and please continue your talk.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen. Hello, everyone.
Hello, doctor. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're looking very pretty.
Thank you so much. Okay, so is my screen visible to everyone? I'll just switch on the slideshow.
Ask on the chat.
Is my screen visible? So,
yes, it's visible.
Okay, so I'll just start. A very good evening to all of you, everyone who is present here. So, breaking it a little off from tea, because my friend just explained what we did with the tea crop, I will mainly elaborate on the extremophilic bacteria that were used, and then I'll show a small study how these extremophilic bacteria can help in growth of plants in very, very difficult and harsh environments. So, which can give us a whole new outlook on the fact that even we can grow tea and other crops that prefer a different kind of environmental situations to grow. We can also do organic farming there using polyextremophilic microbes. So this is going to be my main topic. So the title is Marvel of Polyextremophilic Plant Growth Promoting Bacteria in Sustainable Agriculture. So as we know, paddy is one of the most important staple crops, specifically in India and worldwide. So this study was done on rice. So before moving on to the whole experimental setup data, I will give a small introduction about what are extremophiles and polyextremophiles. So extremophiles, as we all know, are bacteria who can grow in certain extreme environments, like acidophiles grow in acidic environments, thermophiles in higher temperatures, hyperthermophiles in even higher temperatures, halophiles in salt concentrations, and metallophiles in heavy metal concentrations, which are we all know, harmful to normal bacteria. Polyextremophiles, on the other hand, can grow in the presence of these multiple conditions. Like, for example, in the presence of both high temperature and acid, for example. So those are polyextremophilic microbes. And in this study, we are going to talk about bacteria who can survive in more than 2 extreme conditions at a time. So these bacterial cells before discussing that, we will talk a little bit about the properties of the bacteria, what we studied. So before using these polyextremophiles into the field, we learned a lot about their plant growth promoting activities like potassium solubilization, phosphorus solubilization, nitrogen fixation, siderophore production, phytohormone production, even how they adapt in abiotic and biotic stresses, how they produce plant growth hormones, and they reduce the heavy metal toxicity in the soil and also increase the uptake of toxic pollutants. And also, these bacteria can have a lot of effect on the biocontrol property. Like, for example, we know that all the plants face a lot of problems with disease infestation. So these bacteria produce certain compounds that can help with help manage fungal disease, bacterial diseases, even heavy metal problems, and also sometimes salinity and drought condition problems. So this is a huge list of the properties that we checked for our 5 bacterial strains for this study, like biocontrol properties, nutrient sequestration, agriculturally important metabolites such as one I will mention specifically, which is urease. So why did we check for urease? Because as we know, in chemically treated farms and land, we see that there's a huge amount of urea usage for increasing the nitrogen in the soil. But the plant cannot take up that much. So there is a residual urea problem that keeps on happening, and that residual urea becomes toxic to the plant in future. So and destroys the soil balance. So urease producing bacteria, if we use in the soil, then it will keep on degrading the remnant urea and supply the nitrogen to the plants in a more soluble and easily uptakeable form, and help with the soil balance and fertility. So I'm not going to explain all the properties that we studied, but there are plant defense enzymes, plant hormone production, siderophore production, and other biocontrol properties, which my colleague just discussed a few seconds ago. So why talk about agriculture and extremophiles? So because environmental challenges, and specifically it is a very important thing to look at because of the ever-changing climate, and that we have the man-made activities have changed our climate conditions to no extent, and we are destroying our environment every single day. So climate change is a very important topic to be addressed, and therefore the challenges come to agriculture, which is a huge problem because we are also going to face food scarcity in some time. So what are the problems that we face? There is water scarcity, soil degradation, high temperature and solar radiation because of climate change, salinity problems, alkalinity, limited crop diversity in arid regions, resource constraints, and just what I mentioned, climate changing impacts. Like, for example, this is a small case study that in Bengal, farmers have been facing a huge crisis after the rains because the lack of water in the seabeds, and the paddy plantation, as we know, needs standing water conditions. So there is a lack of water, and there is an increase in salinity in the soil because the seawater has soil. There is a flood, the seawater goes back, but the soil stays in the field. So the farmers are not only facing a water scarcity problem, but also a salinity problem. So which is a 2-dimensional stress condition. This is what we thought about addressing in this research. So in this research, there were like 5 bacterial strains, 3 isolated from Gangotri waters and 2 from Yamunotri hot spring water. So the bacteria were Bacillus subtilis, Bacillus thuringiensis, Bacillus Brevibacillus parabrevis, Mesobacillus subterraneus. So now this is the main study which we conducted, that we wanted to check if these 5 bacterial strains, which are of the Bacillus species, which we have studied very extensively for their extremophilic and polyextremophilic properties, like and we subjected them to 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional stresses in our lab, they grew properly, but we also needed to check that if these bacteria can help the plant grow in the presence of these abiotic stresses, which was the main point of the study. So in this particular experiment, we had 4 setups where we checked. First setup was the PGPR properties, to check the PGPR properties of the bacteria. Second was to check if the bacteria can help the plant grow in 30 ppm arsenic stress. As we know that arsenic is so poisonous that we measure arsenic in ppb, but here we use it in ppm. And setup 3 had 5% salt stress, and setup 4 had drought stress. And drought stress is fatal to rice, as rice grows in submerged conditions. So this is an example of our data, and this is the plant height. I will not go into these details, but I will go on to the biochemical parameters, which will give us a very fast insight. So this is the production, because rice is a food crop, and everything, the main part of it is produce. So as we can see that in the control where arsenic was applied, but no treatment was applied, in comparison to that, the treated conditions give us much higher yield, and which was a turning point in the study. Now, these are the basic chlorophyll studies that we know how important chlorophyll is for the plants, and we can see in the treated setups for arsenic, salt stress, and drought stress, we see that increased chlorophyll content in the treated setups help the plant survive in such stressed conditions. So this is basically a small schematic for the mechanism how the PGPR works in the plant rhizosphere. I will not go into these details. I'll just move on to the main biochemical categorizations and studies. Like, for example, after the plant was subject to stress, we did not only check the produce, but also we checked some biochemical stress indicators in the plant. So in presence of arsenic, in presence of salt, and in presence of drought, we check the concentration of catalase in both treated and untreated plants. So we see that in the treated plants, there was a higher concentration of catalase, which is a ROS degrading enzyme. So when the ROS is decreasing in the plant system, it means that the plant is fighting well with the oxidative stress that is being done by the abiotic stress that is being applied to the soil. So which shows that stress alleviation is being done through external treatment, in this case, which is the PGP. Now, we also check the carotenoid content, which is also a stress relieving parameter, which is the oxidative stress. And we see that in the treated plants, the concentration of carotenoid has increased, and therefore it is helping in stress alleviation in the plant setup. Again, there are 2 other studies, one was malone dialdehyde, which depicts the decrease in lipid peroxidation in plant cells, which is a degradative process that occurs in result of stress. So decrease in MDA concentration in the treated plants is a direct proof that there is stress elevation through the external treatment, which is the PGP inoculation. And so is GPX, which is a guaiacol peroxidase concentrations. And increase in GPX concentrations in the treated plants give us an idea that the stress elevation is being done properly by the polyextremophilic bacteria that we're applying in the plant rhizosphere. So though we talked a lot about these bacteria helping in stress alleviation, we had to make sure that our bacteria was actually colonizing in those stressed soils. So we did a metagenomic study, and here, if you can see that Bacillus belongs to the Firmicutes group, and we see that the CUTS is the control untreated, where we see the minimum amount of Firmicutes that is growing. And for all the samples like arsenic, drought, PGP, and salt, we see there is an increase in the amount of Firmicutes. Similarly, the concentration of bacilli has also increased humongously with respect to our control. And here we also see in bacillus, we see the same results that with respect to our control, there's a huge increase in the number. And lastly, in the heat map, we see that there is not only increase in bacillus, but also an increase in brevibacillus, which was one of our strains that we used. So to conclude, the presentation basically demonstrates how polyextremophilic bacteria can be studied as a significant way to transform agriculture in stress prone environments by promoting plant growth, stress tolerance, and increasing the nutrient availability to the plants. And it not only helps in understanding how extremophiles in agriculture can be a new solution, but and help in food security of the future, but also crops like tea, which require acidic soils or they grow in very high UV conditions, we can use these bacteria to enhance its productivity, which my friend just talked about. And these are some of my publications and references. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Dominic Savio, at the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, my mentor, Dr. Kumar Mitro, and my teacher, Dr. Sudeshna Sham Chaudhuri, and my friends, Devopriya, Vidisha, Sanjana, Vikramda, etc. Thank you very much, my department and everyone of the organizing committee. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Hello, is there anyone who can ask question from Dr. Vedaparna?
Yeah, I have a question. Not question,
Sure,
basically, I want to get myself clarified. What is the difference between having a residential plant, that means the plant which is the plant of the soil, which has the capacity to fight all the odds, which was narrated.
This is we are
Yeah,
talking
tell me.
about
I think you got the
about
question.
yeah that and a plant that is already tolerant to stress is something that is firstly rare to find, because these extremities are quite new because of the climate change and the whole pattern of the world that is changing right now, firstly. And secondly, for example, I just showed a case study in West Bengal that the rice cultivators are facing, that there is an increased salinity in the soil, which was not the case before. And it is also very difficult to afford the seeds that are already resistant to salt, or sometimes they're resistant to certain pests or something. These are both expensive, and all the whole idea of producing GMO crops is also highly problematic. When we have always, like throughout the period that from where GMO has been introduced, we have faced a lot of problems. But here we are not using any such molecular machinery, but just extremophilic bacteria, which is just nothing but the whole idea of organic agriculture. We are promoting organic agriculture, yet in the presence of stress, it can also work, and we do not need GMO crops to do that. I think that's a much cost-efficient procedure.
GMO crops were available in regards to salinity. I think Dr. Berai can put more light on that.
Yeah, but like for example, sir, if you're going for GMO crops, where like for example, there will be one strain that is probably resistant to
non-GMO.
Yeah, so can you just repeat the question? I did not get you.
Salinity and water. Non-GMO crops, that means the native crops. In case of rice and others, especially in case of rice, there were n number of varieties. Even it was in Sundarban area that the salinity prone crops were there. Even not more than 10 years back, there were crops about 5 feet long, which could withstand even flood like conditions.
Sir,
Anyway, this
sir,
will
we are
be
talking for broad
your
spectrum.
will be
Like for example,
beneficial in a
in
360 degree.
yeah, it is going to be helpful in a bigger sphere. Like for example, just I said that it will be helpful in tea and other crops. And like not only just, there are sometimes always resistant varieties that can be made through breeding, but this is like, for example, if that crop is tolerant to salt, maybe it's not tolerant to drought, for example. So my formulation will be able to help it in all these conditions. That is the whole concept.
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any question apart from me? Hello. So can we move for next speaker? So now we can call upon next speaker. Thank you, Vedaprana, for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Now we can, yeah, it's my pleasure. So our next speaker is Miss Dichen Palden. She is a founder of Black Mountain Organic Green Tea, and she is successfully running this business from 2009 onwards. She producing handmade green tea, handmade black tea, oolong tea, white tea. These 4 kind of tea she is producing. So, hello Dichen, are you available here? Hello.
Please mention the location.
Hello. It's not working.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello, good evening. I think it's hanging.
You are in mute.
Hello, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Yeah, you please continue. Due to my technical issue, there are some weather disturbance. I am unable to. Sometimes I am getting out. Yeah, please continue yourself. You just brief yourself and just continue about your talk. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
You continue, madam. You are audible. You may share your slide.
Sorry, I don't have a slide. Also.
No problem. You just speak by your own. No problem.
No problem.
We
You
can listen and we can.
Yeah, okay. And I'm from Bhutan, and I'm a founder of a Black Mountain Organic Green Tea. With the support from a Lodin Foundation, I've started my business since last year. And my topic is about advancing sustainable in green tea farming. Sustainable in green tea farming. Hello?
Yes, please continue. We are hearing.
Sure. Sorry.
Yeah, if you put yourself, so we can see you. We are unable to visit.
Yes, madam, you are going good. No issues. You are going good.
Yeah, okay, but it's my first time, no? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, you are
Yeah,
going good.
hello.
You are going good.
Yeah. Today my topic is about advancing sustainable in green tea farming. As a sustainable in green tea farming is not just about protecting the environmental. It's about building a resilient system that support the farmer, the land, and the future. So we are keep moving forward for the sustainable practice in green tea farming. About environmental sustainability, organic farming practice, our Bhutan is committed to be 100% organic. Most of our tea are practicing organic farming, include myself, avoiding a chemical fertilizer, pesticides, and protecting the soil health and biodiversity. And about the soil erosion, the plant help sustainable slope like hilly areas and reducing soil erosions and improving the land quality. And about the social responsibility, sustainabilities like empowering our local communities, and tea farming offer lots of opportunity in my community, especially for the women and the youth and the school dropout students. And especially in our rural area, we are giving an opportunity for them and also supporting them, giving what to say now. I'm not that much confident because it's my first time, like uh, giving them what to say now. Not that much confident. I'm very sorry. Like a long
No
time
problem.
benefit, improving our soil and preventing soil erosions, and giving more plant what to say now, a planting more tea sapling and giving some support for my communities. And as an entrepreneur, I give more opportunity to my community, like I search more fund from NGOs foundations, and I give more support to my community, which will benefit in the future. Because as a Gelfu is a mindful city, for that we are preparing to give more, what to say now, opportunity to my community. Because since we have started our business, we only planted few areas, like only to 80 acres of tea we have planted still now. For that, I have to give more a support, and I'm encouraging my youth, because most of our students, they have dropped the student school now. That's why we are encouraging them to plant more tea plantations. Because since we have started our plantation in Bhutan, no, Tongsa is the only one place where we have planted the tea. And for the sustainable green tea, strengthening organic green tea, we are focusing more on organic, because Bhutan is 100% organic, as our Bhutan is a carbon negative, right? And for that, we have a good soil, as well as we also control for the resilience, tea shades in my tea gardens, like a biodiversity, which will help in a sustainable practice. And also we are trying as a eco-friendly packaging. And also we have many opportunities in our communities, as the most of the tourists, they know about our tea, as the Tongsa is the one where we plant the tree in the Bhutan. And most of the people, like uh, tourism, they are interested to visit our Bhutan. And we are encouraging our people to make like a homestay, like a eco lodge. And we want to give a service to the communities, like ecotourism. And now we are planning to make our tea like what to say now, in future we want to make a ecotourism which will benefit our communities. And at now we are making like a tea. We manufactured like green tea, black tea, oolong tea, and as well as, so this year we also try to make a white peony tea. That's much. Sorry, but I'm not that much confident. Thank you so much.
Yeah, first of all,
Thank you, madam. Madam,
congratulations.
good. Congratulations, you have a customer ready in your in the message. So he is inquiring about the location and how can he get the tea. Can you address it?
Yeah, I'm not that much confident.
Mr. Abhijit sir, I already sent him a message. So we will continue with those people. So if they leave their WhatsApp, so we can communicate with them.
Yeah, okay, fine, la.
Hello.
Hello, la.
So yeah, it's a nice presentation by yourself. That being a layman, you have tried your level best to present your the best part for tea plantation and tea cultivation, tea processing, tea expert, tea marketing fellow. You are the one who is showing the road or path to the Bhutan tea industry. Once again, thank you. So if is there any question they can ask, because I hope she is getting somewhat shy. So don't feel shy. We always support you all, you people.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much for giving me such an opportunity, but I'm not that much confident or I didn't prepare. Sorry for the.
No problem. It's always part of our life. So we heard very good thoughts from your side. What you people are doing in that mountains of the Himalayan hills. So Bhutan is one of the Himalayan mountains. So it's Bhutan started tea growing in the year of 2009 onwards.
Right.
So you people are the first people who bring out these two in the path even to the world. So this I can say. I can share to everyone. So we are ready to support you already. Dr. Vishwajit Bera has some propaganda to support you as well as the Spurna. Already they have a talk. So we will be talking later on this issue. So is there any question they can ask to Bichin so she can give her insight?
请你加快就是了解。
Madam, you already have the WhatsApp number also of your customer. So congratulations for your first deal.
Thank you so much. Hello.
That's a great thing.
Yeah. Quantos cara pediu então?
So I hope there will not be any question. So
Yeah, okay, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Dichen, for your nice presentation. Hope we can meet you again to get our knowledge regarding of your Bhutan tea and Bhutan tea cultures. Thank you. So we will meet again.
Thank
Now
you
we
so
can.
much.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So now we can move for next. Our speaker is a very gentleman and he's a very knowledgeable fellow in this tea industry. His name is Mr. Arthur Chula D. Alves. He basically from Sri Lanka. He's running Hayden Hill Tea Company. Now he acting as an advisor and consultant in Indonesia. So his team is here. So I request Mr. Chula, he can brief himself and say regarding his thoughts. Hello. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Good evening,
Yes,
everybody.
please.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, very good
Yeah,
evening.
everybody can hear me, right?
Yes.
Oh, wait. No. Fine.
Okay. So I'm right now in Indonesia. I'm actually head of tea development and education in a big company in Indonesia. It's actually the leading company in Indonesia with a huge market value. And we have about 3,300 hectares of tea growing. And also we have RTD, we are actually the market leader. So our production, simply put, about 5 billion tea bags a year in Indonesia. So my team is here with me. There's one gentleman, Mr. Arif, who is the head of tea. So I have been recruited from this company to develop the tea in Indonesia. So I'm very grateful to Dr. Vishwanath Ganguly for, we have a long relationship on WhatsApp, although we have not met. So because we both love tea. So I'm thankful to Dr. Bish for introducing me to this forum so that I can meet up with so many learned professors, doctors who will be really helpful in our journey in tea. So what I believe is tea is a global business, and tea is not confined to any country. Tea has no borders. That's what I believe in. Because I was also consultant in Myanmar also. Did extensive work in Myanmar. So now I'm in Indonesia. I was in Sri Lanka. So my subject I had to speak today is not this. Subject I had to speak about today is about specialty tea. So I will just share few of my thoughts about the specialties. So I was a tea planter for like 21 years in high-grown tea plantation in Sri Lanka. Then I was a factory manager and a director in a tea export company. Then we started our own factory manufacturing tea. Then I was again a general manager in a tea export company in Sri Lanka. Then I was a consultant in Myanmar. Then we started our own plantation. So in Sri Lanka, there is like over 600 factories producing tea. So they don't give license to for new factories to start. So therefore, we have to go in the handmade tea mode, because the artisanal tea, specialty tea is gaining popularity. So, Ceylon tea is a brand, right? So Lion logo Ceylon tea is a brand. So specialty, a lot of people are doing the specialty teas right now in Sri Lanka, because there are a lot of buyers worldwide who is looking to buy directly from farms, bypassing this system of these traditional export companies and auctions and all that. Because I believe they want visibility from the plant to the cup. They want to see the traceability, the visibility. So most of the buyers I know, who I work with, they visit your plantation, see what you're doing, how you whether you really walk the talk, right? Because some people say a lot of things. Like earlier we had a discussion about organic tea, but is it really organic or not, right? So these people will come to your plantation, visit you, and if they're satisfied with what you do, also social responsibility, how you treat your workers, how you treat the environment, right? All that is looked into, and then only these people will start buying from you. So we have been fortunate to secure orders, exporting when I was in Sri Lanka, exporting to many countries, right? I visited trade fairs in India, Mumbai, and China, Kunming. So from basically my thought is that anybody who has a small plantation can be entrepreneur. If he has the right attitude, right thinking, and if he has the vision to make a brand. End of the day, all of us know that a brand has a huge value, right? Whether it be tea or apparel or food or anything. So you create a brand, you have value. right? So in my case, I also teach the National Institute of Plantation Management. All the undergraduates, they visit my plantation, and I show them everything, nothing hidden, so that they know how to become another entrepreneur by yourself. So, so specialty also very important message is specialty. People have to know the market, what you are going to sell, specialty tea, right? Some people make, very pretty, they make pretty pretty shapes, right? Butterflies, this cigars, all that, right? But you have to look at a business in a business angle. How many kilos can you make? Are you sustainable, right? So quite recently, I think Matt Bartlett from New Jersey, I think he's here in this forum. He bought tea from our company in Sri Lanka, Hidden Hills, because that was a friendship blend. So that was a very nice gesture. So for charitable auction, he bought tea. So like that, tea is borderless, and your vision cannot be a tunnel vision in tea. You have to have a very broad vision in tea. So my message to everybody: make specialty tea. Specialty, the definition of specialty is your tea has to be above the mainstream market, right? Way above the mainstream market. So your specialty, how high you will sell, will depend on your specialty of your product, right? The quality of your product, the basically the taste, right? People go for the taste, right? It has to have a special flavor. Tea can't be just tea. It has to have some flavor, right? So how you make the flavor is by very good leaf, your post-harvest, your plucking standards, your post-harvest, how you bring the leaf to the factory, how you roll your tea. So everything, it has to be broken down to detail, like a scientist, doing their papers. So this is my message to you. You can ask any question from me, and I will definitely collaborate with so many people. My team is very keen after listening to all these the speeches, the previous speakers. They're very keen to collaborate, especially in terms of the field development. We have a huge problem about poria also here. We are addressing that. So I already in touch with Dr. Ganguly about trichoderma, and so there are a lot of collaboration which can be done. So I'm really thankful to Bish for arranging this forum, and let's be in touch with each other, because tea is, as I told you, is not confined to one country. It's borderless. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
It's my pleasure always, Mr. Chula. Yeah, please ask the question.
Bish, did everybody hear my speech, or I was not clear, or I don't know?
No.
I was,
yeah, everyone here.
I was very much keenly listening to your discussion. Firstly, I got confused from the first look only that whether you are a Indian or a Sri Lankan, because you looked very much like Indian. Even not only by look, your accent and your talks and all these things.
I see.
So, as I was thinking of a different thing, any design is starting with only T scale, and any discussion cannot start without a T. So T is starter of anything that is good.
Absolutely. Agreed. 100%. Agreed.
Yeah. And what you said rightly, I was also discussing with Mr. Ganguly, Dr. Ganguly, that specialty tea, and to be very frank, the native teas or the lost tea recipes or the lost tea, if someone can bring, that will be a great thing which a person can contribute to this industry in the whole world. In the whole world scenario, I'm not only telling you, I'm telling to the entire audience.
Yes, agreed. That's
I
what we
think
should
that
look
has
for.
got a great scope. The native
Yes.
tea. Native tea.
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
People are going for infusions like blue tea, green tea, yellow, red, blue, whatnot. A, B, C, D to Z. But
Yeah.
if we can recreate the old recipes, I think that will be a better gift to the industry.
Old is gold.
See, it is a free research which you get. It is a free
Yeah.
research. The old
Yeah.
people has already done the research on
Absolutely.
it. So there must be something good in it.
Agreed.
That means grandma's recipe.
Yeah. Correct.
And this type of ventures will support the SME sector, small entrepreneurs,
Yeah. The
which
Sri
is
Lanka
the main
actually.
core of any economy.
Yeah. In Sri Lanka, I must say the tea board of Sri Lanka is very supportive. But I think I know Indonesia and Myanmar, it doesn't happen. Sri Lanka, actually, there are a lot of subsidies. Because I think Sri Lanka economy has to depend on tea for foreign exchange, right? So we need that. Also, there are a lot of tea smallholders out of the like a 280, 270 million kilograms production. Out of that, 80% or like 75% is from the tea smallholders. So there is more than 500,000 tea smallholders in Sri Lanka. So the government, any government coming to power has to look after them. So the tea board has a mechanism in Sri Lanka where there is subsidy, fertilizer subsidy, nursery subsidy, replanting subsidy. So which is something very good. And then back to the to part of the tea society or the tea farmers in Sri Lanka, which is I think a very good. It's a very good support. So also the trade fairs. Now I participated in 2 trade fairs. One in Kunming. It's happening again next month. So for those also the government gives subsidy, through the government of China, to their subsidy. So these things are important for a smallholder, for a SME guy to showcase his products. But today, social media is very powerful, right? Instagram. I have got customers from Instagram, right? Just by post in Instagram. But if you're genuine and if your article is authentic, from social media, a lot of people can do a lot of marketing today, borderless social media for less price. So this is my message to you.
Another thing, you can also look for craft tea, like craft beer, any recipe, like every curry or any the dish, you can put it so it will be having a diversification, and it can penetrate into the new Gen Z market, which is very important.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's nice to hear from Mr. Chula, and we always wish him great success. So now our next speaker is from Turkey, Dr. Attila Polat. He is working as a deputy manager Ataturk Tea and Horticulture Research Institution. So, Dr. Polat, are you available here? So you can brief yourself and explain about your presentation.
Hello, hi everybody. I am Ridibat.
Hello.
I would like
hello,
to
good evening.
share. Good
From
evening.
India.
From Turkey. I don't know how can I upload my presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, it is visible. You put it in presentation mode.
Can you see? you see my
Yeah, it is.
presentation? I would like to give information about journey of tea in Turkey, and I will give some information about Turkish style brewing method. Tea journey starts from in Turkey end of the Ottoman Empire, but in first trials was not successful. After the Republic of in Turkey, it was started in 1924, and Zinedine is known as father of tea in Turkey. And the first trials started in Rize. It's northeastern coastal of Turkey. In 1937, around 20 tons of tea seeds were imported from Batumi in the Soviet Union, and the commercial production were started. Fresh tea production gradually increased, and the products obtained from the first established tea gardens. Then, in 1938, tea processing began by obtaining 30 kilograms. End of the 1942, it increased up to 7,000 kilograms. When the amount of product increased step by step, and the first tea factory established in 1947 with capacity of 60 tons per day. The area first in Rize, then it after the Rize and Trabzon and Artvin cities. Then it goes to garrison cities. Unlike tropical and equatorial regions, tea production is carried out only for 6 months of the year in Turkey. The harvest period starts in May and it goes up to October or November. Tea cultivation in Turkey is carried out in the province of Rize, Trabzon, Artvin, and Giresun. And Rize is known as capital city of tea in Turkey. The great part of tea is produced in Rize. Around 70% of tea produced in Rize. Turkey is produced at the same time as a consumer country. Around over the 50% of tea is produced at the same time and consumed in Turkey. There are 183 tea factories in Turkey, but 49 of factories belongs to Çaykur. Çaykur is related with state in Turkey, and it is the biggest tea producer in Turkey. Around over the 50% is produced by Çaykur, and the other parts is produced all of the other private sector companies. The place of the tea in Turkish culture. Tea place in Turkish culture is multifaceted, and you can see Turkey in every time and everywhere. It plays important role in daily social life in Turkey. In Rize, life revolves around the tea culture. Important days such as weddings and festivals are organized after harvest time. It is very important cultural and economic part in Rize. I would like to give some brewing equipments in Turkey. This is samovar. It is produced in steel, copper, or brass. It is used to boil water in bigger parts. You can see in body is used for boil the water, and top point you can see a small teapot area or small teapot. It is used to brew infusion, to brew tea. This is home style teapot sets, and it is named as çaydanlık in Turkish. Yes, in upper side, it is used to brew tea. Dark tea, strong tea is brewed in upper side. In bottom side, it is used to brew water. To boil water. Some part of strong brew infusion is taken, and it is made up with boiled water. It is, as you see, similar, but it works by electricity. This is known in Turkey tea boiler. It is used in cafeterias. Some places where mass consumption is high. The body is used for water, and upper teapots for tea infusion. This is also another tea boiler. It consists of two parts inside. A small part inside is used for strong tea infusion, and the other part is for water, hot water. One of the top is used for to take strong infusion. The other one is used to take hot water, and they mix in a glass or a cup. It is generally used in restaurants, cafeterias, and mass consumption is high areas. You can see here Turkish style brewing method. Firstly, the bottom part is used for hot water, and upper one is used for black tea. Hot water is poured into the black tea, and infusion is made in upper part. It is put after that on the bottom side. Approximately 15 minutes it's weighted in this position. Stove is working under the big part. In Turkey, tea generally served with tulip-shaped glass. As you see in the picture, there are three different colors of tea. A is light tea, B is medium dark tea, and C is dark tea. In C, it contains more strong tea. In tulip-shaped glass is called in Turkish incebelli bardak. It based on early 19th, and it's big one of the bigger part of Turkish tea culture. One tea glass takes around 100 11 and 120 milliliter of water. It is kept on top of the part the glass. You can drink from touching, keeping the top of the glass, hot glass. It gives easy to grip. The thin waist makes it easy to grip the glass with your fingerprints tips, usually from the top to edge. And it reflects color of the tea. You can appreciate by your eyes. Culture and traditional significance. You can see tea everywhere, every time in Turkey. It adds intimacy and warmth to the tea drinking ritual. Ease of service. You can serve more glasses in one table, and it generally served by tea plate. It reflects color of the Turkey flags. We did an research on effect of infusion time on black tea quality prepared by traditional Turkish infusion method. We used different infusion times and we analyzed effect of infusion time on some parameters, quality parameters on tea. Translation rate difference depends on infusion time and color, clarity, astringency, aroma, and general appreciation parameters change. When the time increased and quality parameters generally decreased. Turkish black tea brewing method, according to Turkish brewing method, 15 minutes shows ideal results. When it exceeds 30 minutes, the quality parameters decrease sharply. In generally, Turkey we recommend 20 minutes brewing time by Turkish infusion
30 minutes,
method.
30 minutes. 15 minutes brewing, long brewing.
15 minutes.
Thick,
Yes.
thick.
That's all. I thank you for your listening. If any question about on Turkish tea sector or infusion method, or else if I know, I can reply your questions.
Doctor, what is the price of the tea in Turkey? 1 kilo of tea is how much in Turkey, in US dollar? Turkey made tea.
Dry tea leaves, isn't it? One kilogram of dry tea leaves.
Dry tea leaf, yes.
Yes, yes.
1 kilogram.
Around $5.
$5 1 kilo.
Around, yes.
That is CTC or?
No, generally Orthodox tea is produced in Turkey.
Orthodox Rotoven.
Yes, Orthodox Rotoven. Yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
$5.
You can do it. You can
$5 a kilo.
You can do it, then we shall.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, is there any question apart from this?
Yes,
So what
please.
are
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. In Turkey, I know you are producing black tea, but are there any farms they produce green or white or oolong or other kind of teas?
Commercially, generally, a huge part of tea production in Turkey is black tea. Around 98 or 99% of tea as black tea. After that, commercially, but by big companies, green tea is produced. But oolong tea is produced recently by small scale producers, and it's very little amount. We can negligible its amount on total. A great part is black tea.
What are the grades Turkey tea produce? Hello, doctor.
Sorry?
Hello, what are the grades Turkey tea is producing? Like your BP, BOP, SM, OF, SPOG, GS.
Oh, no. I don't think. Rotoven Orthodox, BOP Fannings, that's number one. Fannings, I think those are the grades. You ask doctor.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So is there any question?
No, exactly. I don't think so. We can move
So
to
thank you,
next person.
Dr. Polat, for your nice presentation, and you give us your valuable time. So now it is
Thank
time
you.
to move forward. Our next speaker, she's from Sri Lanka, Miss Osadi Nisan Sala. She basically having own tea plantation that's called Sankian tea. and she and her husband both are running that tea farm as well as handmade tea processing industry. So I would like to request to Osadi to speak about your brief. So we will running your presentation. You don't worry, you don't get tense. So if you are here, please brief about yourself.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Oshri Nisansala from Sri Lanka, the marketing executive of Shakinti Valley. It's great pleasure to address this remarkable gathering this glamorous evening. At the very outset, I would like to thank Dr. Biswanath Ganguly for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Using this wonderful opportunity, I wish to bring to your notice about Sri Lankan tea and its new trend, handmade tea. Let me first touch upon the history of Sri Lanka, tea cultivation of Sri Lanka. It was introduced by Sir James Taylor in 1967, and now it becomes the main agricultural export in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, which is a country with tropical climate that helps to maintain the cultivation at the optimal level, is of largest tea provider to the world tea market. Tea covers 4% of Sri Lanka's land area and is one of the few countries mainly uses manpower instead of machineries, means to pluck tea leaves. Usually 2 leaves and bud will make a quality tea. Sri Lanka mainly produce black and green tea. Sri Lanka has been very famous for varieties of tea, all among the tea lovers of the world. But today, new demand has been created for Sri Lankan handmade tea. I hope you all agree with me. Let's see how handmade tea being produced in Sri Lanka. The specialty of handmade tea production in no machinery are being used, but manual by only with manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, making handmade tea is an art and not a easy. It's not an easy task. Today, Sri Lankan handmade tea has attacked by many tourists from all over the world. As Mr. Shula said earlier, the taste and the aroma of this tea is totally different from other varieties. I request you to taste it once and enjoy this fresh experience. Making handmade tea adopt different process. An average tea plucker usually plucks with their 30 to 45 kilograms for tea leaves per day, but to reap tender leaves for handmade tea, an experienced tea plucker could pluck maximum 8 to 10 kilos per day. These leaves are carefully sent to the process on the same day with delicate surface and also for withering process in same day. The withered tea leaves will grind manually. The maturity of tea could be recognized only for experienced tea producer. Once the drying process finished, next oxidation process begin. During oxidation process begin. During the oxidation process, we are to create various shapes and designs. If I share my experience, I have created many my own shapes and designs unique to my company. You can see that in my presentation, Ms. Ganguly. You can see my
Yeah, just a minute. We will
my
sharing you.
design. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Shubhasri, can you share that? 1 minute,
Yeah,
Osati,
they are
1 minute.
designs you can
Dr. Shubha.
Yes, the screen is not visible.
No, screen is visible. See, there is a one video which I shared with you. Please just run the video.
Yes, 1
There
minute.
are some designs that I created. So there has big demand among tea lovers in the worldwide, which produce high price for my handmade tea. We have to ensure the safety and healthy products are being produced at the end of the day. In order to manufacture handmade green tea, we have to adopt a different method. White tea, silver tips, and golden tips are the most expensive and attractive tea products in Sri Lanka. Yeah, that's the way we.
Yes. Hello everyone. Just see her handmade process.
Yeah. Mr. Chula, I think you have something to say.
No, you're doing good. Keep going.
Sometimes I hope some advice from him. Actually, he's a smart person that I met, and every time he gave me many more advices. So the happiness I gain manufacturing a good variety cannot be spelled in words. This could be achieved purely through experience, but not through knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, promoting a tea product to the market is not a simple process in Sri Lanka. It involves systematic process and legal implication. Carefully prepared and results should be approved by the experienced tea taster and need to follow systematic process approved by the Tea Board of Sri Lanka. Those manufacturers who followed proper system will get a chance to deliver their products among tea lovers in the world. So I'm proud to stand before you in this International Tea Day as a marketing executive of Shakyan Tea Valley, Handmade Tea Factory of Sri Lanka, to share unique products with you. Hope you eagerly waiting to experience my handmade tea. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Here are some designs that I create by my hands. Here you can see black rod, black pearl. We put various names. That Serendip called in ancient history, Sri Lanka called Serendip. No, so we create that shape as Sri Lankan shape. So we call it Serendip. The blooming tea. Silver tips, white tea. Thank you. Okay.
So, is there any questions? So we can.
Miss
get a
Oshadi, hi, Miss Oshadi.
Yes.
I am Dr. Shubhashri.
Yes.
Good evening. I just have one question. Because of curiosity, I'm asking. Okay. So, as you have said, all are handmade, and I'm quite interested to ask you why, as you have named here, silver tea. So, why the name silver? So, in what?
That color and it turns to silver no tips we used to make that tea for only red china tea leaves, you know, I think so. We collect only tip. Then we gather all tips and it leave for natural withering. So it turns that color.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why we
Doctor?
call silver.
Doctor, can I explain a little further?
Yes, please. Please.
Yeah, it is. We have a cultivar called 2043. It's a red color cultivar. So the tip we pluck from that and sun dry that. So when you sun dry it, it turns to white. It's silver because it has the silver hairs on that. It's called 2043 Tea Research Institute clone or cultivar 2043. So silver tea is made from that top.
Okay. Understood. Nice concept.
Just sun dried only. Only sun
Very
dried.
nice concept. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Is there any question apart from it? So then we
Yes,
can
Doctor.
move.
Dr. Vishwanath, I have to
Yes.
just tell that. So OCD is a very good example of a person, a lady who is trying very hard to make some good tea. So that is why I support her and I advise her. And I tasted some of her teas. She sent me the sample. I tasted very good quality, good flavor. So I can recommend her tea. And she's doing it with the bottom of her heart.
Yeah,
So
thank you very much.
Now
Thank you.
I want to share with this gathering. Sister Oshadi, she has sent me from long away Sri Lanka to Jalpaiguri that tea. I have tasted, and from my bottom of heart, I wish her a great success. And her tea is really good in taste, in color, in kuppa, in palette, every concept. It's an amazing thing. So if
Thank you
anyone
very much, sir.
here, yeah, it's my pleasure. If anyone in this gathering who wants to get her tea, so they can communicate or they can contact. So we will have a great platform for that. So I hope we can move for next speaker. So here our next speaker is Raju T. Subba. Due to his family issue, he is unable to attend the program. Next is she is from Myanmar. She also have some family issue. Her name is Nang Madi, and another is Mr. Amit Mojumdar. They three are having family issue. In these three, I would like to request Mr. Luis Fernando Castillo. He's from Ecuador and he's having experience more than 20 years of tea industry. And his tea is running for more than 60 years. So they are basically producing CTC dust in different category. So which I already tested. His tea also are good, but it is a sweetened in taste. So he's having almost 400 hectares of tea plantation. So I would like to request Mr. Fernando, brief yourself and brief your presentation by your own. So I think
Yes.
he is here. Mr. Fernando, are you available here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everybody. Good night. Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening
Well,
from India.
Hello from Ecuador. I'm in the other side of the world. So here is a morning. So good evening to everybody in other parts of the world. You hear me okay, Mr. Ganguly?
Yes, we are all hearing you.
Okay. So I'm going to be very quick because I know there's other presentators. Well, as you know, my name is Fernando Castillo. I'm the president of Ecuador Tea Company. We're located in the eastern part of the country. We are obviously in the equatorial region. We produce like a 400 right now, like 400 hectares of tea. We are not a big plantation. We are the only plantation in Ecuador right now, the only one that is left. Obviously, there's no more plantations being developed in in my country due to many factors that are the ones that are going to be. I'm going to talk only a little bit. So, as you know, Ecuador is a developed country already. So the labor cost in our country is a little bit high. So you can have an idea. We pay our employees, laborers, over $500 per month. This doesn't include the social benefits that that each employee is that we have to pay them by law. And also there's a situation now that obviously, as you know, in many parts of the world, our grandparents used to harvest tea. That happened exactly in our farm. So now those parents supported their kids, and their kids nowadays they are professionals. but none of them want to go back to the fields. They usually, as I know from India, because I've been in India 2 times, of what I heard that these sons or grandchildren of those original pluckers or harvesters, they already became professionals, engineers, doctors, and many other lawyers, obviously like in any developed country. So now there's a shortage of labor. So due to that, it's created a high cost of production. We use machines. Gladly, we use machines to harvest because it was impossible to pay laborers. But right now, the problem is that the cost of production in general is getting very, very high. It's very so we have been reducing areas of production due to that. Also, obviously, as you know, CTC, in our case, that we only produce CTC, the world prices are not the best prices. So obviously, our cost of production and our price is not the best. So we are keep reducing area of tea, because for us it's much better just to import tea from probably from India or from China, depending on the type of tea that we're looking for, and stop production in general. So we are looking, as I was talking to Mr. Ganguly, we are looking for alternatives, either producing different teas, either producing sub-products from the tea, like fertilizers, like other type of products that can come from tea, so we can keep up with the farm. Nowadays, our farm is not only tea. We are producing acai. Acai is a Brazilian palm that produces a very highly nutritious product. We are producing coffee. We are producing bamboo. We are starting to produce fruits. We have exotic fruits like the yellow dragon fruit. We are starting to produce very soon lemons. This all due to labor costs and the tea prices in the world. So our country, Ecuador, cannot compete with Africa, cannot compete with India. Obviously, the labor cost in those countries, in India, Africa, is much, much lower. The volumes of production in those countries, India, Africa, China, obviously, are in the millions of tons. And because our production is so low and our cost is so high, our income or profit from the production is not the best, or is not even sometimes we don't even cover our cost. So in general, we have to look for alternative, and we are looking for alternative to create our farm to be sustainable, obviously. And the only way that we see it is producing some other crops in the farm, and keeping only the tea for our local consumption, because in Ecuador we pack also, we sell tea in tea bags. So that's where the really the income is being made, in the packing of the tea, and the the distribution of that type of tea, at least in my region, in my country. So at least in tea production, in general, for my farm, I don't see really a bright future, sadly to say that, but it's a thing that is being coming for many years, and we're starting to see that there's no really good alternative. So that's why, and probably many other farms in the world are looking for producing some other crops, So they diversify a little bit their production and to keep up and to keep running these farms. So that's my presentation. If there's any question regarding to that, I can be more technical, but I know because of due to time constraint, I will only keep it to that. So if there's any question, I will gladly
So
answer
what is
them.
your what is your
Yes.
what is your country? What is your country and where is your tea plantation?
Ecuador. Ecuador is in South America.
Ecuador.
Ecuador, yes, South America.
Ecuador. Okay.
We are near Colombia. I imagine you know where is Colombia.
Yes, 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 yes.
So we have Colombia, Ecuador, and then Peru, and well, obviously the other countries. We are also near Brazil, but we are in South America. Yeah, that's correct. And our tea farm is located in the tropical region because Ecuador has a coastal part, a very mountainous area, the Andes Mountains. And
I see.
we have also the part of the Amazon jungle. So we are located near the starting of the Amazon jungle in a tropical. We harvest 365 days per year. We don't have a break, so we harvest all year around. Yes.
But you have a great story. You're near the Amazon forest. So I think your problem is you lack marketing because tea is a global brand, right? So you can surely get into some supermarket chain.
Yes, Mr. Arthur. The problem is that our mostly of our product goes to the US, and the US buyers buy our tea to make soluble tea. And the thing is that they usually buy from Argentina. That these are very low cost teas, and for us it's very difficult.
Fillers. They buy it for fillers, like fillers.
Exactly. So our tea, even though it's a good tea, it has a good story. We are being certified Rainforest Alliance like for 20 years. We don't get the best prices. So to keep up with the price and the cost of production is very, very complicated for us. And to
let's see how we can work together and try to help you out with our global contacts.
I know
that
I know that you can help us a lot, giving us really nice ideas, and that's why I'm keeping in touch with Mr. Ganguly to see if we can get some help. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur.
Yes.
On this context, we have had a discussion with Mr. Fernando. What my understanding was, it was a mismapping of the product.
Okay.
Which I have understood, because this particular tea quality has got its own properties. That is, it has a very subtle sweet tone, which is missing in any other tea.
Yes, absolutely.
And that tone they are not using, and they are making it into CTC.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
CTC, you cannot. So you are making a gold into a tin and selling it into a iron factory.
I agree. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's exactly my thinking. Exactly my thinking.
Yeah.
Right.
I think Fernando will also appreciate. We have discussed the same with him.
Yeah.
That his mapping of the product, if he can make a hand rolled or orthodox at least, then I think he will earn something better.
Yes.
Because his tea is not fit for CTC.
Yeah. Let's
CTC is a commercial grade.
Correct. So this is specialty, right? Because it's already near Amazon jungle, different climatic conditions, high in the mountain and soil, everything will be different. So I'm sure the product will be very good. So let's try to help him out. Let's try to help him out.
On the other note, Fernando is depriving the world from the originality of that specialty tea.
Absolutely.
Do you understand, Mr. Fernando?
Yes, yes. So you can have an idea. We have 30% of organic material in our soil. 30%. So
Oh, shit.
so
Carbon
it's
content.
yes. So
Yes.
we have very special conditions. You know, when we talk to agronomists around the world and they hear that we have 30%, they cannot believe it because usually, you know, I heard of 7%, 10%, 11%, but when they hear 30%, they say that we are standing in gold in terms of organic material and soil conditions. So I know that we have something special, but the problem is that we still don't have the market. The only market that we have is not the best one. So that's why we're trying to come up to turn around things and come up with something that the market can really appreciate and can we can place the idea is to place our tea in the right place and obviously get a fair market price for our tea. That's
Sure.
the general idea. Yes.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, can I say something regarding this?
Unique location.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Gandhi.
Yeah, the thing is what Mr. Chula and Mr. Abhijit Kumar Roy has mentioned. I do agree with you both, but the thing is, a fellow who is having 400 hectares of tea plantation, it's not an easy task to convert his whole farm within a day as a orthodox. So there should be a product diversification. What you have existing thing, with that you can add your new venture, like your specialty tea or orthodox tea, that can be. And already that talk is going on with me, with Fernando, and once upon a time, Mr. Abhijit Kumar Roy sir also was there in our meeting. So we four had a discussion, and here in our event list there is a fellow Juan. He is a manager of Fernando Farm and from factory. So we four are there. So we will be helping Mr. Fernando regarding this near in future to bring new product into the market, and there will be some byproduct out of tea. So that also we are working with. So this I can share with the gathering there in this event. So is there any question to ask Fernando?
Dr.
People
Ganguly,
can ask.
yeah, Dr. Ganguly, what you have said,
yes,
that you cannot change the some certain plantation in a day, but in this context, plantation and process is totally different. We are talking about the process, not the plantation. Am I correct, Mr. Athar? We are talking about the process, not the plantation.
Yes, because we are talking about something else. Yeah. No, what I think what Dr. Bishi is trying to tell is that you can't convert the whole production into one shot into orthodox, right? That's what he's trying to say. So that's what I gather.
Yes, exactly.
So it has to be step by step. First, do a trial, send the samples out, phase it out like that.
Already
because
I
if you're going to
mentioned these
turn
things to
okay, fine.
yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, please. Is there any question? So please continue with that.
Thank you.
Or else we can go for next speaker.
Thank you.
So I think our next speaker is in the line. She is a Dr. Subhasri Banerjee. She just now completed her PhD from tourism. So I don't want to speak much about her. So she can tell by herself. So if doctor is present in the list, so please brief yourself and present your talk.
Do tea tourism.
Firstly, thank you so much for this opportunity you have given, and also thanking
My
each and
pleasure.
every one of you who helped me to fill up the questionnaires for my PhD thesis, especially Mr. Chula, Dr. Shudeshna, then Dr. Bera, then
Abhijit
Eva.
Kumar Roy.
Yes,
My
Mr.
pleasure.
Abhijit.
My
So I
pleasure.
thank
My
each
pleasure.
and every one of you. Thank you so much for your assistance, for your guidance. I'm here today, and I would love to present regarding my topic, which is associated with tea tourism. Let me share the screen.
Tea tourism.
Yes, is the screen visible?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it
Visible, visible. Go ahead,
Yes.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yes. So the topic, my topic is upon tea tourism as a pathway to sustainable development. And firstly, I would say that it is the tea tourism. The concept of tea tourism has been adopted after after we have seen that we have wonderful destinations, not only in India, in China, in Bhutan, but every one of us are liking to visit those places just as a hill station or nature beauty, but none of them are inculcating the concept of tea tourism, the visit of the tea destinations, the visit in the tea festivals. So I wanted to highlight this into my research, which I'm doing, and future research I will be going for PDF also for this. So I have tried to inculcate few insight about the tea tourism here. So tea is just not a drink which we all know. It's a, as Mr. Chula said, that's a global connect. So it is a story of landscape, communities, and centuries traditions. So if I push upon Darjeeling, which I had done my research upon, it's sprawling estates of lush plantations, as well as our neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Bhutan. They have also vast plantation of tea and a unique they have given the unique window into the past while embracing innovation to shape the future. So today I will discuss how tea tourism bridges heritage and modernity, creating opportunities for sustainable growth and community empowerment. Yes. So here I have tried to show the tea industry has deep roots in the cultural and economic fabric of many regions. Traditional practices of tea cultivation, hand picking, and artisanal processing have been passed down through generations. These practices are not only essential to the quality of tea but also a form vital part of heritage of the growing tea growing regions. Tea tourism plays a pivotal role in preserving this heritage. By inviting visitors to experience plantation walks, witnessing tea plucking, and engage in hands on tea making, estates keep this tradition alive. Tourists become part of the story, gaining insight into delicate craftsmanship and dedication involved in tea production. This not only fosters the appreciation but also generates income that supports the preservation of these age old methods. Additionally, tea museum and heritage centers have been established in prominent tea growing areas, offering curated exhibitions and interactive sessions that delve into the history and significance of tea in the region. These initiatives ensure that the legacy of tea production is documented and passed down to future generations, keeping cultural narratives intact. So we have seen how the economic growth is onto the tea, new livelihoods and growth with goes with the income and local community development. While heritage forms the foundation, innovation is the driving force behind the transformation of tea tourism sector. Tea estates are increasingly adopting sustainable practices from organic farming to eco-friendly packaging. Additionally, many plantations now offer wellness retreats, Ayurvedic tea experience and fusion blends that cater to modern taste. Tea tourism is evolving beyond the traditional plantation visit. Some estates have introduced agri-tourism initiatives where visitors can actively participate in tea planting, harvesting, and blending their own custom teas. This is hands-on engagement not only enhances the visitor experience but also adds value to tea estate offerings. Digitalization has further expanded the scope of tea tourism. Virtual plantation tours, online tea tasting workshops, and digital storytelling connects tea estates with global audiences. The fusion of tradition and technology enhances engagement and extends the reach of tea tourism beyond physical boundaries. Moreover, collaboration between tea estates and luxury hospitality brands have given rise to boutique tea-themed resorts and spas. These establishments blend modern comforts with the rustic charm of tea gardens, offering unique immersive experience and attract high-end tourists. Cultural preservation inculcates through tourism with the tea ceremonies, hand rolling, and cultural performances. Environmental sustainability, which aids with the organic cultivation, carbon negative factories, habitat conservations. Tea tourism fosters inclusive growth by creating opportunities for women, artisans, and small scale farmers. It encourages skill development, promotes local entrepreneurship, and strengthens community bonds. Moreover, the income generated from tourism often funds education, healthcare, infrastructure, and driving holistic development. To further enhance community involvement, tea estates have launched initiatives that train local youth as guides, storytellers, and culinary experts specializing in tea based cuisines. This is not only generates employment but also fosters a sense of pride and ownership within the community. Innovation in tea tourism experiences. Digital storytelling, ecologies, culinary fusion, wellness retreats, these all connects the essence of tea tourism. Alignment with the global sustainability development goals, we can see the importance of economic growth, gender equity, climate action, cultural preservation, and reduce inequalities. Sustainability is a core pillar of tea tourism. Tea plantations are increasingly adopting environmental responsible practices such as rainwater harvesting, soil conservation, biodiversity preservation. Tourists, in turn, are educated about these practices, fostering a deeper understanding of sustainable agriculture. Eco lodges, organic tea gardens, and zero waste initiatives align the growing demand for responsible travel. By championing sustainability, tea tourism not only protects the environment but also enhances the long term viability of tea estates and surrounding communities. Lastly, it balances the heritage and innovation, invest upon the in the infrastructure, foster stakeholder collaboration, where we can say that uh, a powerful way it's a powerful way for achieving sustainable development, which tea tourism can inculcate in a broader aspect because it combines innovation with legacy in a seamless manner. This makes tea tourism an effective strategy. The success of tea tourism can be attributed to this particular factor, Among the many advantages that it provides, economic success and the empowerment of communities helps in the promotion of environmental care. Lastly, tea tourism can revolutionize the world by making it more environmentally friendly and inclusive of individuals from the demographics and cultural backgrounds. Thank you.
So first of all, nice presentation. We got a new concept, which still in the new era. Now it is open for question session.
Yes, please.
I want to just add something very nice presentation, Dr. Shubhashri. The
Thank
thing
you,
is
ma'am.
that actually I'm working on the effect of UV radiation on different altitude grown Darjeeling tea, so that I had visited 7 valleys. So the effect of solar radiation on different flashes, that I had established something. My publications are there.
Madam, could you
Just
introduce yourself?
just I'm telling something about the lunar. She had talked about the regional utsav type, the festival type thing. So just
Yes,
a
yes,
few days back, I have just visited the moonlight plucking in Majeddabri Tea Garden. So it was fantastic. So far, they want to just uplift the doers tourism by this. So Dabri Tea Lounge is there. So after hearing this fantastic tea tourism, I just want to add these things. So that is a nice example of this moonlight plucking and tea
yes,
tourism
ma'am.
development.
That's what my research is on too. That we
Yes.
should aid upon these types of activities, wellness retreats, tea plucking, then tea festivals, rather than watching the nature and all. That's what my research is on
Perfect.
too.
Fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
You can add
Yes,
to it
yes,
that is, make your own cup of tea. Like some pottery shops give you opportunity to make your own pottery or
yes,
to make your
yes,
own pizza. So you can
yes,
make your
yes.
own tea.
True.
You can pluck it. So it gives you opportunity to stay for 3 days.
Yes,
Instead
yes.
of booking
Culinary
for one
experiences
day,
I have mentioned.
you
Yes,
can
culinary
you can
experience.
attract a tourist for 3 days. So you
Yes,
are multiplying a tourist for 3 times.
yes.
That
True.
is the revenue
True. Yes.
Is there any question from our audience? Or else we can move forward for next speaker, because we are running now short of time. Hello everyone. Can we move forward? Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, actually now, if it is there is no question to ask Dr. Subhasri, so we can go for next speaker. Actually, her name is Dr. Sandra Petrisa Molina Toso. She is basically Tea and Yerba Mate Research Institution head, and she is having more than 20 years of experience on tea. So I would like to invite Dr. Sandra to speak about your brief and just show your presentation. Hello, Sandra, are you here? Hello.
Hello, listen me.
Yeah, we all are listening you. Nice to hear your voice. Yeah. So
Can you
You
see
are audible,
the
audible.
presentation? Can you see the
Your
presentation?
presentation is not audible.
no, your presentation is not visible to us.
Hello?
Can hear you. Can hear
Please
you.
share your presentation.
Yo después tengo que ir al quinche.
Bueno,
Una reunión ahí. Ay, que quitarle ya. ¿Ah?
co-
Quinche.
presentaré haré la
Quinche.
presentación.
Con una gente que hace un producto congelado.
Hola.
Hello.
¿Se ve? Can you see?
No,
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 it is not
presentation is not
visible.
visible. You share your slide. Yeah, it is
Yes,
coming.
Ahí.
Yeah. Put it in.
¿Sí?
Argentina.
Bien.
Argentina.
Bueno, haré la presentación en español. La idea es hablar sobre el mejoramiento genético de té en Argentina. Y primero comentar que la zona de producción en Argentina es el noreste de Argentina, principalmente en la provincia de Misiones y noreste de la provincia de Corrientes. El área de producción es muy pequeña, es un cultivo regional muy importante en el noreste de la Argentina. Y la historia del té se remonta a un poco más de 100 años, cuando las primeras semillas ingresan a la Argentina, ¿sí? Provenientes de
Yeah, can
Georgia.
everyone put it in a silent mode? Except for Sandra.
¿Sí?
Yeah,
Yes?
continue.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you may continue.
Ok. A partir de la introducción de las semillas de té en Argentina, comienza a expandirse, dado el interés en el cultivo, ya que las condiciones edafoclimáticas presentadas en esta región eran adecuadas, son adecuadas para el cultivo de té. Como esas primeras semillas no han sido seleccionadas, no han tenido ningún tipo de mejoramiento, comienzan a haber una serie de problemas que quizás limitaron un poco la expansión del cultivo en ese momento, ya que había muy bajo rendimiento. Otro de los problemas era que debido a que el costo de la mano de obra en Argentina era muy elevado, es muy elevado, eso condujo a generar o tener que desarrollar otro sistema de cosecha. Es por eso que se incorpora la cosecha mecanizada en Argentina, y eso hizo la necesidad de contar con materiales que tengan muy alto rendimiento. Es por ello que a fines de la década del 50, más precisamente en el año 1958, el INTA, que es el Instituto Nacional de Tecnología Agropecuaria, comienza con el programa de mejoramiento en té, teniendo como principal objetivo justamente obtener materiales de alto rendimiento. Entre las primeras experiencias que se llevaron adelante tenían que ver con la necesidad de poder evaluar qué materiales, tanto chinos, asámicos como camboyanos, eran más adaptados a nuestra zona. De esas primeras evaluaciones surge que el tipo varietal más adaptado es el tipo chino, porque nosotros acá tenemos inviernos que tienen temperaturas muy bajas, entonces el asámico, el camboyano tenían muchos problemas y sufrían de mortandad y hubo pérdida de materiales. Entonces, la mayoría de los materiales genéticos que tenemos en la Argentina son del tipo chino o híbrido chino. Posteriormente, a través de la selección masal, se fueron seleccionando plantas, individuos que tenían determinadas características que a nosotros nos interesaban. Más allá de lo que es la estructura de la planta y el rendimiento, se evaluaban también por la uniformidad en la brotación, por tener materiales, digamos, que broten antes, que tengan una buena capacidad fermentativa, por la tolerancia a enfermedades o adversidades climáticas, y también se evaluaba por la calidad de taza. A través de ese desarrollo en el programa de mejoramiento se lograron obtener los primeros cultivares mejorados por alto rendimiento, donde con esos cultivares clonales obtuvimos materiales genéticos que tuvieron ganancias de entre el 52 al 90% de rendimiento por encima del promedio de las plantaciones que se encontraban en Argentina, que eran de semilla. En este cuadro se muestran los 24 cultivares que tenemos actualmente inscriptos. Posteriormente, en una segunda etapa del proceso de mejoramiento, para poder aumentar la variabilidad genética, que es tan importante para poder seguir con el programa de mejoramiento, se fueron introduciendo distintos materiales provenientes de distintos países, India, Kenia y otros países de África, ya que se habían tomado contacto con institutos de investigación que nos permitió introducir materiales genéticos con ya un nivel de mejoramiento determinado. Esos materiales, cuando fueron incorporados a la Argentina, fueron evaluados por distintas características, como por ejemplo la facilidad para la clonación o para la propagación vegetativa, también su adaptación de acuerdo a las condiciones ambientales que tenemos en Argentina, y también por calidad de taza. Posteriormente, con esos materiales también se decidió realizar cruzamientos dirigidos, donde se evaluaban los distintos materiales tanto como madre y como padre a la vez. De esos cruzamientos dirigidos pudimos obtener nuevos otros materiales y a partir de allí comenzar la evaluación de esos materiales, primero de manera local y posteriormente a nivel regional, para ver si se adaptaban a las distintas condiciones de cultivo dentro de esa región productora. Como resultado de ese programa de mejoramiento que se viene llevando a cabo, tenemos un banco de germoplasma con 203 materiales diferentes. Este banco de germoplasma es el más grande de Sudamérica. Tenemos además 24 cultivares inscriptos en el Instituto Nacional de Semillas, que eso nos permite, una vez que están inscriptos, poder ofrecerlos y que queden a disponibilidad del sector productivo. Además de esos cultivares que han sido inscriptos por su alto rendimiento, también tenemos 2 cultivares inscriptos por alta calidad de taza. Cuando hablamos de calidad de taza nos referimos no solamente a lo que es la calidad físico-química, sino también organoléptica. Y como para continuar con el programa de mejoramientos, yo les había mencionado que el programa de mejoramiento genético INTA comienza con el objetivo de poder obtener cultivares de alto rendimiento. Hoy por hoy está cambiando un poco ese objetivo debido a que en Argentina hay un cambio tanto en el consumo de té, como también hay productores que tienen la necesidad de producir materiales o de producir un té de mucho mejor calidad. Es por eso que ahora nuestro objetivo está básicamente hacia lo que es poder obtener materiales que tengan una buena calidad y como mencionaba hoy, no solamente una buena calidad físico-química, sobre todo evaluando el contenido de polifenoles, sino también que tengan una buena calidad organoléptica. esta demanda del sector productivo ha surgido por problemas en lo que tiene que ver con el precio del té que se paga hoy en Argentina, y los productores esto lo ven como una alternativa, una salida en poder ofrecer té de mejor calidad, ¿sí? Entonces nosotros desde INTA acompañamos justamente al sector productivo con el objetivo de poder brindarles materiales genéticos que se adecúen a esta demanda. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to hear of your presentation. You are a breeder, so you are doing well job in tea for Argentina, and of course Argentinian Tea Research Institution and Yerba Mate Research Institution. So now it's time to have a question answer session.
Yeah, madam, I really appreciate your breeding technique and approach. And I think this will be a great way to achieve both sustainability and profitability.
Hello everyone, is there any question to ask Dr. Sandra? If not, so we can move forward to have another session from another speaker. Hello? Hello?
Hola, ¿sí me escuchan?
No question, madam. I really appreciate your effort in breeding, and I hope it will have a great effect in sustainability and better profitability.
So, sir, can we move forward for next speaker? Hello?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so now our next speaker is she's Dr. Ivarisa from Meghalaya. So, if doctor you are here, please brief yourself and present your presentation.
Okay, so can I start?
Yeah, you can. You brief yourself and just start yourself.
Okay. A very good evening to everyone present here. I'm Dr. Ivarisa. I'm basically from Meghalaya, Shillong. And basically, today is actually is International Day, International Tea Day. So basically, my topic for today is the tea tourism, exploring global tea culture and tradition. But I have a little bit of subtitle. Well, I'll go a little bit related a journey from global brew to the Northeast India, related to it. So. Uh, I will start off with introduction related to tea tourism. Tea is the second most consumed beverage in the world after water, because everyone after every people will drink water, and then tea is other second kind of beverage where people drink. Especially in India, a lot of people love to have tea. Okay, so tea tourism invited travelers to explore the origin, the ritual, and the culture surrounding of teas, because without the tea culture we cannot promote tea tourism, because culture in every state, in every place or every country, they have a different type of culture to promote their own tea origin from that particular state or country. So what happened is, like, we celebrate tea as a culture, social and economics heritage. Then after that, we have to be briefly in understanding what is a tea tourism basically. uh, Tea tourism is a niche tourism segment with center around tea growing region and experiences, and offer immersive interaction by doing a plantation tour, a tea tasting, cultural events, and the homestay. And also tea tourism also help to support sustainable development and the rural livelihood of the people in that particular area or destination or a country where they have the tea tourism. And also tea tourism can combine with agri-tourism, eco-tourism, cultural tourism, and as well as culinary tourism. Because as of now we can see that, you know, like kind of travelers who travel to the tea estate, the tea tourism is a very kind of a niche kind of a product of tourism, where a lot of people want to get to know about how tea culture is in that particular state, country, or destination. So they seek the culture in that. So that's what culture is a very important. So, what is the main objective of tea tourism? Basically, it promote local economies. It bring economies to the local people as well, because with that culture, they can sell the kind of a different souvenir related to the tea to that particular destination. And also, they preserve tea heritage and tradition. They preserve the heritage which is there. For example, like tea bungalows are there, homestay. Guess, nowadays homestay is coming up with the tea estate. So again, it offer cultural and educational experience to, especially for the youth, for the students, for related to tea culture traditions related to that particular destination. And also it encourage the sustainable tourism practice, not only to the people who's doing a tea, like kind of entrepreneurs who have a tea estate, they can also start up with the sustainable tourism practices within that particular destination or state or area, example like Assam or Meghalaya. So they can, start with the sustainable tourism practices. And here I'm just giving you example here. Assam Tea Garden trails offer the guided work, local cuisine, and interaction with tea workers. Why did I give this example? Because this is a part of my research study when I was doing my PhD. So I have been there, so I've seen a lot of kind of different culture where they serve only local cuisine in that particular area of that particular Assam. So then, when you go back to the global tea culture, we have a different continents which serve, which have a symbol of tea culture. China, we have the birthplace of tea, which is a traditional of Gufu tea ceremony. They have a different kind of a ceremony relating to the tea. And in Japan, we have a Chanoyo, that is Japanese tea ceremony, which focus on the mindfulness of the particular country. Then we have a United Kingdom, which is related to the afternoon tea culture, the elegance and the etiquettes of that particular in UK. Then in Morocco, we have the mint tea, is a symbol of hospitality. But while in India, we have chai. It's a kind of daily ritual and a social bond with the people, because everyone, when you come to go to any houses, tea is the main thing which serve, and then they bond together as a
Please,
socialize in that
excuse me.
particular event
Excuse
or
me.
any kind of hospitality. Then
Anyone
every
other
culture
than the
live its
speaker
own
may
story
please
with
put
tea.
your
So
mic
that's
on
what
mute.
culture, they have a different kind of views which tell about the story about that particular continents or places related to tea culture. Then come to the India, the heart of tea tourism. Here we have this Assam, which is everyone knows is the world largest tea production region, and Darjeeling also used to call the champagne of teas and Nilgiri as a tea plantation. So India is not only of tea producer but a tea storytellers, which have a rich ritual relating to the rhythm of the plantation life of the people and the workers who works in the tea estate. Then we have tea tradition in Northeast India, which I'm talking about here. That is basically my study area here, Meghalaya and Assam, which I have done my research related to tea tourism, which related to tea tourism. So we have a tribal tea practices, because like in Assam, we have a different kind of practices related to tea. And in Meghalaya, we have a different kind of tea practices. Mostly here in Meghalaya, we do organic farming kind of tea cultivation. So even most of the community which run the tea estate here, especially for example Maulingot, which is a very famous oolong tea, where you can say they produce white tea, green tea, and even black tea, which is most of the Khasi women cooperative is managed this kind of in this tea estate. So the soul of Northeast India lies in the foggy valleys and the smiling pickers singing at the work. So we can, when we go to the tea garden, you can see that a lot of the workers who work in that, they will sing and then they will pluck the tea leaf, and then they will be enjoying that kind of work in that particular tea estate. So when we talk about the Northeast India, especially Assam, what they offering for tea tourism, like tea estate stay, like a kind of a stay. We have a famous like Tengal Manor, which is a very famous tea bungalow, which is a very old ancient time done by Burwas and Burwas company. Then we have the Wild Mashir here, which is there in Tinsukia, and Mankota bungalow, which is managed by Manoj Jalan, which is there in Dibrugarh in Assam. So we have a few activities related to this which they offer during when we go and visit those kind of tea estate or bungalows. We have a guided tea garden works. We have a plucking experience with the workers and the factory tours with who would tasting of teas and then making of teas, and then you can also see how tea processing is done in that particular tea factory or tea estate. Then also by combining other things related to tea tourism, you combining with other tourism, which people also can enjoy. You have a river cruises on Brahmaputra plus a tea garden visit, because sometimes when you sell the package of tea tourism, you cannot sell only tea tourism, because why? We combine with either with wildlife or we combine with the other natural resources, which is only there in that particular around in that tea estate. So even we could see that in Assam, they have Assam Tea Festival where they also lot of, they have this kind of showcase the culture, tradition, how tea festival is done in that particular state in Assam, where mostly the Jorhat Tea Festival is very famous. Lot of every year in month of February, they used to celebrate these tea festivals. Then come to Meghalaya, which is a very unique aspect of kind of a tea tourism. We have a very indigenous participation communities, which is of Garo and Khasi. We combine tea tourism with eco-tourism plus tea plus tribal culture. We show a culture, the tea and eco-tourism, which is related in that particular destination. And some samples experience which is there in Meghalaya. We can say that tea trial in Riboy district, where we have Anderson Tea Estate. We have Mek Tea Estate, where now Mek Tea Estate in Umsning, they have opened up a tea boutique, home eco-tourism guest house, resort, and a kind of learning and skill, giving a learning and skill to the people who want to learn about more about tea. Then we also combine with the Living Root Bridge with the tea tourism, which plus with the tea tasting in the eco-tourism fusion in Meghalaya. And also nowadays, when you go to Maulinga, there are a lot of, especially the honor, Reba Hun. She started with the herbal tea knowledge from, traditional healer, and she also starting learn about the blending of different kind of tea related to the tea cultivation. So now, because most of this initiative is taken care by the State Tea Board of Efforts and the Women Cooperative in Meghalaya. Then there are kind of very kind of a lot of different tourism experience when you go to tea estate, that is not only just walking in the tea garden. We have a lot of different kind of activities. We have tea garden walk, tea plucking with locals, factory tours, we have tea tasting session, we have cultural performance, plantation stay. So all this kind of thing which also engage the guests or the tourists or the people who visit the tea estate, so that they will understand how tea tourism works and how tea tourism really engage the people who want to learn more about tea culture, tea tradition related to that particular destination. For example, I'm giving here Glenburn Tea Estate, which is in Darjeeling, offer the guided plucking, tasting, and heritage stay for the guests or for the tourists who goes to that particular tea estate. Then what kind of benefit we're getting from the tea tourism? Now, because there should be a benefit related to it. So now we have a support rural livelihood, like people from the rural area, mostly rural area only we cultivate tea. So we have a livelihood, they bring economy to that, and then it will bring a kind of job creation to the people who stay in that particular area. So also it also bring the enhance the brand identity of the regional tea, but most of the people doesn't know where is oolong tea has been cultivated, where is Sharwan tea has been cultivated, where is Andasan tea has been cultivated, where is Mek tea has been cultivated. So all these things, it bring the brand identity of the particular tea estate, who has cultivated that tea from that particular destination or the state or the country. Then conserve heritage and biodiversity. And also it get benefit to conserve the heritage which is already there in the particular destination. For example, in Assam, when you go to Assam, you will see a lot of heritage bungalows, which is also conserved by the the tea estate as a heritage kind of thing, where people can stay and see how it's been done from the British rule. We have that kind of bungalow to stay in that particular tea estate. Then foster the cross-cultural exchange. We also try to cross-cultural exchange with other people coming from the other country to experience the tea culture, the tea tradition relating to in a state, especially in India. So tea tourism brew prosperity not just for travelers but for the communities. They also bring prosperity for the communities as well as for the traveler who travel to that destination where they traveling to a tea estate. Then there are also challenges relating to a tea estate here, because especially in Meghalaya, it's a newly kind of, to start with the tea tourism, because there's no proper challenges, or there's no proper limitation, infrastructure limitations are there. So even the seasonality, because sometimes it happens that it's not, we're not cultivating tea whole of the year. From November end till March, there's no tea cultivation related to it because of the season. So then like marketing and awareness gap also is a challenges for people, because there's no proper marketing, there's no proper awareness relating to the tea tourism in the northeast state, especially in Meghalaya and Assam. Then there's also a recommendation relating to that. You need to have a capacity building for the local communities. We need them to understand what is tea tourism is about. How can we get people aware about tea tourism, how to educate them, how to make, when people visiting to the tea estate, how they will educate them, how to talk to the people around when they come, the travelers who comes to that particular destination. And also digital campaign and storytelling, because every time when we go to any tea estate, we don't know much about that particular tea estate. Okay, so that's why we need something, a kind of a storytelling, and then, a kind of a storytelling, so that we understand how tea had been started in that particular destination. And also there should be also a properly policy support from the eco and the agro tourism models, so that it will help them to come up with the tea tourism in that particular destination. Then there are a few kind of innovative approaches relating to tea tourism. We have a tea festival, for example, like Assam Tea Festival, tea trial and theme tours, tea-based spa and wellness, tea pairing and menus. Tea-based spa and wellness, we can see in in Himachal, they have started this with yoga related to tea estate. Tea pairing menus, we need to do kind of innovative related to tea pairing, with what kind of food we need to serve with that. Then we have you need to also come up with digital storytelling experience, so that people can understand about the tea estate, how it started, how the history has been started in that particular tea estate. Here, for example, I'm giving here Makaivari Tea Estate uses the ecotourism to engage global tourist sustainability. So by doing this ecotourism, it also helped people to engage to that particular tea estate. Then there also a kind of a role of the students and youth related to tourism by doing a promote tea tourism through social media. As now you know that social media play a very role, a very important role related to any kind of destination to travel to any places, country, or any kind of a tourism. So social media play a big role relating to it. Then we need to do a lot of research and documentation of tea traditions related to tea tradition in the state related to Meghalaya as well as Assam. And we need to also volunteer with tea tourism project, which related, especially in Meghalaya, a lot of people doesn't know much about tea tourism. So we should have some kind of volunteer who take, initiative to do something related about tea tourism project. Then again, to start up in tea-based experience or brand. Also, we need to also encourage the youth or students to start up some kind of a tea-based experience or brand related, some cafes or some kind of, related would serve or which only sell the tea brands within that particular state. Then a youth are the future curators of a tea heritage. Then we have a tea tourism with a journey for the senses. Why tourists are when we experience this, we have to ask this question: why tourists are shifting from sightseeing to experiential travel? Because sometimes happens that when we see so many tourists traveling to any destination, not only for the sightseeing they're going to that particular destination, but they also want to experience and get the wow kind of delight when they visit to that particular destination, and also the memorable they carry from that particular destination. Then also tea of a multi-sensory experience like taste, smell, sight, green hills, touch, pluck, which mean touch mean plucking and hearing the stories related to that destination. A platform to promote tea tourism is sustainability plus storytelling. Then celebrating the tea, the way to move
Excuse
forward of
me.
tea says that we have to support the local tea tourism initiative. We have to collaborate with the artisans, storytellers, and the farmers, because the farmers are the main person who will make us understand about what is how to cultivations are done, what kind of thing we need to the storytelling of how processing is done. So this is very important to advocate for responsible tourism, and also to celebrate tea not just as a beverage but as a way of life. Tea tourism as a blend of culture, commerce, and conservation. So it's a kind of blend of culture, then commerce, being economy and conversation related to tea tourism related destination. Then Assam is a heritage and scale. Meghalaya is the grassroots and sustainability. So we can say that global lesson plus local adaptation will bring the powerful tourism model relating to the tea tourism. That's all for my presentation. Thank you so much and happy International Tea Day.
Yeah, we see the same. So please, if is there any question, ask her that thought. And nice of
Thank
your
you for your
presentation. You
elaborate.
have elaborated.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for your extensive and very deep work, which is really appreciated. I think this will become a model for tea tourism in near future.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much for giving me a platform to do this kind of, presentation relating to tea tourism, especially for Northeast India.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, any questions? Else you can move forward.
Yeah, I think we can move forward because the time is running out. So thank you, Eva, again. Now it is time for Mr. Sajal Ghosh. He is from Soft Wave Technology Private Limited. So if Sajal is here, please brief yourself and present your presentation. Make it some shorter of your presentation. Hello. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, very good evening, Mr. Sajal. Please brief yourself and
I
try
was
to
just very actively
earliest.
listening to so many lectures, quite mesmerized. I'm at home basically, so all day was in office. Anyway, thank
Yeah.
you so much, Dr. Ganguly, basically for giving me this platform to connect with all those, good people, dignitaries, all these academicians, scientists, researchers. They have been doing a fantastic job. I really have no words to explain my gratitude. I really don't know how to motivate further, but yeah. Now, my name is Sajil Ghosh. I am basically the business head and chief strategist of Software Technologies Private Limited. We're an IT company, and hopefully, many people might be knowing Warranty Limited, who are basically based out of India. So this is a part of Warranty Limited. This particular company, we have been serving many plantation companies across the globe. Besides tea, coffee, rubber, palm oil, all sorts of plantation companies with digital transformations. Now, today, especially, we are here to celebrate International Tea Day, and I'm not a planter, definitely. So, but still, from the core of my heart, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all those people who are connected in this supply chain and can help us to sip a good cup of tea, especially those workers, planters who have been relentlessly working in the field in different weather condition and making it possible that we who basically can afford to have a cup of tea could get it, at home, at our doorstep. So anyway, though I have been working with tea industry for the last 20 years, but if you can ask me, so with plantation, we have been I personally have been providing consulting to with respect to IT in plantation for the last 11 years. The day I joined in 2014, Software Technologies Private Limited. We have got many clients across the India, as I said, across the globe. Many big corporates we have been working with, but we have seen very less penetration of IT in tea plantation specifically. But yes, as because our parent company was into tea, so we are very much passionate and fascinated to uplift this industry, I could say, facilitate this industry with different kind of technological solutions that is possible. We try to make it affordable also. But anyway, so I'll just try to show something what we have been doing for different tea plantations or plantation as a whole. Give me a minute, please. So is the screen visible to you all? Is the screen visible to you all?
Yes.
So basically what happened, we just cannot deny the importance of digital transformations in today's era, all kinds of industries, be it in plantation, though it is a labor-intensive industry. So cultural change, lot of changes that is required to adapt technology is very difficult, but still, technology also has impacted from different way. I see, autonomous machines, different kind of that mechanization or that kind of things are already happening in tea. And when deep industries are really struggling with, cost, labor shortage and everything. So I don't see any other alternative but to, infuse a lot of technological advancement, that kind of machines and everything in tea plantation. But when it comes to IT, I really see, the penetration of IT in this industry still at a very nascent stage. Not only in India, but definitely many countries, it is still at nascent stage, barring few companies or corporates, especially small growers, they still cannot feel the need or they cannot afford to have this kind of solutions, or they may not have that kind of a skill set who could, carry on with this kind of technologies. I was listening to one researcher, she was telling in her presentation, while developing those formulations, she used AI/ML model. So in research or in any field, AI/ML also playing a very good role, important role. But to some extent, whatever technology we could infuse to plantations, so that is what you could see in my screen. So we basically know in tea, we have seen bulky producers, bottle factories and packet seller. So we have got a facial recognition technology-based mobile app that basically are used for taking attendance and women in the field, so that that kind of the actual deployment of mandates could be accurate, 100% accurate, and there is no manual intervention in that. It is a quite affordable things and doesn't require any internet connection, so it is quite I see huge adaptation in plantation across the globe for this particular technology. We call it Blue Eye technology. Blue Eye has got many versions: Blue Eye Power, Blue Eye Plus for pest management. Mostly I see people have been using so-called ERP solutions just to manage their operations, sales, purchase, inventory, accounts, all other aspects. So they wanted to digitalize the thing. Digitalization in a true sense is actually embracing all sorts of digital tools. That is infusion, integration of all sorts of digital tools that could help you to transform your business. Going from traditional to transformational, I basically, appreciate the headline that Mr. Ganguly has used. So everywhere that provision is still there, improvisation is still there, so digital transformation basically helps, you can apply this kind of digital tools in, each and every areas of your business to improvise that thing, to take it towards a different level, to bring a total transformational changes, the way you look at the things, to derive benefits and give it to your employees, your stakeholders, your customers. You get competitive advantage and increase your efficiencies, productivities, you reduce your operational costs. It has got immense impact. Somewhere it is related to quality, somewhere it is related to productivity. So every aspects, areas of businesses are now driven by technology, which we cannot ignore. It is a different aspects key, whether tea industry at what stage or how they can gradually will be able to adopt it. So far you could see whatever the technological solutions we have developed, whether it is ERP solutions, whether it is attendance capturing solutions, whether it is digitally validated wages disbursement solutions, whether it is a portal to sell tea, whether it is factory automation where different machineries, we use different IoT based devices to collect the data automatically without any manual process it, and in real time we give alerts, alarm, so that the process is running as per the set KPIs. We expect the desired output. So there are many solutions that we have developed. So you could see here. I don't want to talk much about this. We also, as I was telling, this Blue Eye solution, that is basically a technological infusion could possible to manage farmer and fields. While working with in Africa, we have seen there are small growers or cooperative concept is there. So we want to digitalize that whole database into a single platform to make a lot of transactions digitalized, validated, their attendance, their payment, capturing of payment, all kinds of economical practices. So everything we brought in one platform only. And then there is something, well, some companies are very concerned about traceability, though in Indian context it is very hard because the especially Assam states are very bigger. So exactly from which location or which from section green leaf is coming, from which this tea is produced and it is sold, it is very difficult. But so far in some companies, it has been possible to trace back up to that particular division and that particular region. So the traceability solution also, I don't know, many people might be trying to explore that European market where traceability makes a very bigger role there. So we could establish that kind of solutions also. This is what I wanted to tell, but unfortunately, whether you call it soil testing, pest monitoring, disease monitoring, meteorological data capturing, spraying, cultivation activities tracking, irrigation, crop monitoring, every aspects in every areas, you could infuse one or other technologies that I tried to mention in the right hand side. Many people, especially in agriculture, I see there are hundreds of agri-tech. Every now and then I could see they are quite successfully getting funds, investors investing. Generic agricultural crops, but when I see in tea, we develop a couple of things. Many entrepreneurs came up with computer vision based solutions to understand the quality of green leaf. Somebody came up with soil testing system, many things. Even we have done something, but in bits and pieces, only 1 and 2 buyers. And then ultimately this technology couldn't be rolled out at a very mass level. But yes, I believe in near future, technology also will be affordable and industry also will be mature. So we as a technology solutions provider will be in a position to make the industry, to derive benefit out of this. This is a factory automation solution that I was talking about. This is a very fantastic solution is running at Finlay, Kenya. So real time they monitor all the aspects of, in the factory, overall equipment efficiency and all they just monitor. This is a field level automation that is possible that we have done bits and pieces to few companies. and traceability solution I have already spoken. So we basically, Kolkata-based company, but a warranty limited. For the last 25 years, we have been providing different solutions for different industries. We have got around 50 plus solutions for 20 plus industries. It is, many products, many solutions. But as because our route is from warranty, so we have a soft corner for tea or any sorts of plantation. And we still hope industry will be matured. And as and when some challenges come up, scope come up, so I would love to connect with the fraternity to do something, R&D or whatever maybe, for the industry. So there I end my presentation today. If anybody is having any question, I would love to attend those questions.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Sajal. You have given us this platform to use your platform to have a great day for T-Bird. So thank you once again, and thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask the audience, if you have questions, please go early because we are running out of time. So we have to finish
just one
almost.
question, please. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Just one. Yeah. Regarding.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Continue.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Sajal.
Yeah, I can
Hello?
hear you. I can hear you. Please feel free to ask me any question.
Yes. I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you have mentioned something about traceability
Right,
regarding farm inputs, particularly pesticides. How you
Right,
are proposing to go for that? Can you please briefly tell us something?
Sir, we are basically facilitator, right? Industry people like you, or or the stakeholders who feels this is a really a challenge, and then with the help of technologies, because they help us to address pests. Pesticide is something different. I cannot comment on that, but I can only tell you with the technology we can tell you. Toklai or different TRA also, I think they have this, different circulars. They have done the research, different season-wise, month-wise, they can tell what kind of disease or pest can break out. And different people, industry have seen, basically goes by thumb rule and all. Whether it comes or not, as a preventive measures, they will spray something. Dose, overdose, they don't care. They are only concerned about whether they are not losing out tea leaves because of the pest. So anyway, I am not the person to comment on that, but with the help of technology, we can help people to understand or identify there is a pest. People can have the program. They can define, okay, this is the pest at this particular stage. This is the kind of medicine that has to be sprayed after this many days. This action, follow through action has to be taken. Then they can again cross check what is the situation currently right now. So we can basically create this kind of digital platform. We are a facilitator kind of company. IT is a facilitating platform. We can only collect, collate, analyze and provide that kind of insights based on which people can take proactive decisions or actions to nullify the certain challenges. So technology from that perspective, we can help even in pest management also. And we have done that, and we have this solution, but it is not at mass level, has not been accepted yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your question, anything, sir? Have I been able to answer your question?
Actually, I was trying to get something very specific, like in case of other agriculture crops, say for example, grapes, they have developed a software called GrapeNet, something like that. It is developed with the help of some IT companies. It comes under APIDA and Ministry of Commerce. So I thought something like that, if something can be developed for tea, because
no, it can be developed. It is 100% can be developed. But as I said, the challenges that we are facing, most of the tea companies are going by thumb rule, and we are unable to generalize the thing. We can launch it as a product in bits and pieces. The solution is there, but it cannot. It hasn't taken the shape of a product yet.
This is a very important issue. We can discuss separately. There is a lack of time to continue. It's going on. Okay, we'll be in touch. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, sir. Please. Anything else? Any other
Thank
question?
you. So, sir, we can move forward. If anyone asks any questions regarding Sajal, we will share his details so they can get a communicate with direct to Sajal. So we
Yeah, we
can
are
move
there in the
forward
WhatsApp
for
group.
next.
Anybody can drop me message at any point in time. I would love to connect. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
my
wish
pleasure.
everyone this International Tea Day.
Yeah, thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now it's time. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, hello. You are audible. Tell me.
Yeah, sir. Actually, please check who is the next of Sajal. I think Dr. Sudeshna, madam. So kindly ask her to brief herself.
Hello,
and
everyone.
try to-
Good evening. Can I share my slide?
Yes, of
Yeah,
course. And
move on,
please,
madam.
madam, brief yourself.
Yeah.
Definitely. So far, I am Dr. Sudeshna Sham Chaudhuri from St. Xavier's College, Associate Professor. Today, the title had been given to talk about that is top luxury herbal tea and their unique ingredients. Actually, I had studied the effect of UV radiation on different altitudes on Darjeeling tea. So far, I had a patent on that to authenticate the quercetin metabolite in Darjeeling tea. But today, I will talk about herbal tea. So, herbal tea is not actually the normal tea
Madam, your
generated
slide is
from
missing.
slide is missing. Is it so? Okay, just a minute.
Yeah.
I'm sharing the screen. Acha, okay. So is it visible now? Is it visible? So is it visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So I'm
It is
today
visible,
talking about.
madam.
Okay, thank you. The top luxury herbal tea and their unique ingredients. Okay. So let me share my video as well. So far, you can also interact with me clearly. The herbal tea, it is actually not generated from the cured leaves of Camellia sinensis. It is actually procured from the infusions and decoctions of herbs and spices of different plant parts like fruit, bark, flower, etc. They are actually called tisanes, and they are luxury tea because due to their profound aromatic profile. I had worked on the aroma profile of Darjeeling tea due to the UV radiation as well. But these herbal tea are quite different as they are acquired from different parts of the plant. Like chamomile tea, hibiscus tea. So far, they can act against the oxidative stress to act as antioxidant. Now, the different story about the medicinal tea. So, herbal teas are acquired from the different plant parts, but medicinal tea is actually within the normal base of Camellia sinensis. There is the addition of the herbal infusions. So, to increase the medicinal potential, like white, green, black, and oolong tea, if the chamomile extract had been given, so it is called chamomile green tea, hibiscus green tea, tulsi green tea. They are called medicinal tea to boost up immune system to act as antioxidant. So that is a fine tuning between herbal tea and medicinal tea. I think it is clear to you. So herbal tea is derived from the different plant parts apart from Camellia sinensis. But the medicinal tea is along with Camellia sinensis, the herbal infusions have been given. So the first candidate is chamomile tea, which is derived from the Metricaria chamomilla. So far, it can show the anti-diabetic property to reduce the glycemic control, anti-cancer activity, liver protecting, and anti-allergic activity due to the presence of active component like flavonoids, coumarins, etc. The second one is the rooibos tea. So colloquially, it is called red bush tea, acquired from the South Africa. So far, it is generated from Asphalanthus linearis. So herbal tea, which can actually inhibit the osteoclast formation to prevent the osteoporosis. It can lower the blood pressure. And it was found in a journal. So aspalathin is the candidate active component, which are showing different types of signal transduction to show the stress resistance. Hibiscus tea, obviously, it is generated from the dried sepals of the hibiscus flower, Hibiscus subdarifa. So far, it is related to vasodilation relaxation. It is related to antipyretic action to lower the fever. So, hibiscic acid is actually the active component which is going for the vasorelaxation. Blue pea tea, Oporajita cha. right? So butterfly PT, it is generated from the whole flower of Clitoria ternatia plant. So it is antioxidant, it improves gut health, it is cardioprotective, glow your skin, and tarnatin D1 is the active component which is showing the signal transduction to act against the oxidative stresses. Lavender tea, generated from Lavandula angustifolia. So far, it improves digestive health, detoxifies body. So far, here we can see linalool and linaloyl acetate. All those volatile components are active component. Lemongrass tea, generated from Symphobogon citratus. It is citronella actually, we know. If a wonderful flavor, it boosts oral health, anti-cancer agent, and obviously it increases the cell viability. Citral is the active agent. Rose tea, generated from the Rosa rubiginosa rose flower. It enhances skin health, improves digestion, acts against stress, and citronellol is the active component. Ginger tea, we know that it actually heals our sore throat, and it is ethnomedicine, acts against the stomach ulcer even. Here we know gingerol is the active component which is showing anti-inflammatory, antioxidant activity by some signal transduction cascade. Peppermint tea, generated from Mentha piperita. So far, it is used to ease the digestive system, irritable bowel syndrome, even the menstrual cramp. And here, so many polygon-like thing, menthol, they are actually the active ingredients. Rosemary tea, it is generated from Rosemarinus officinalis, and it reduces inflammation, needs for your wonderful hair growth. The carnosol and ursolic acid are the active component. Sage tea, it is derived from the common sage like Salvia officinalis, and rosmarinic acid is the active component which is needed for the anti-diabetic and lowering cholesterol activity. Lemon balm tea, generated from Melissa officinalis, and obviously here also rosmarinic acid, several phenolic acid, flavonoids, they are showing the health promoting activity. Rosehip tea, generated from Rosa canina as well as Rosa rugosa. It also acts as the antioxidant to reduce the basal metabolic rate, body mass index, and belly fat. We are all actually nowadays worried about the belly fat. So the flavonoid, terpenoids, they can reduce. So passion flower tea, generated from Passiflora incarnata, it is very much, it is anti-anxiety tea. So it can act against vomiting, pain, etc. And harmaline is the active component. Thyme tea, where the thymol is the active ingredient, is generated from Thymus vulgaris plant. It is needed for the oral health, skin health, etc. Verbena tea, generated from Aloysia citridora, it is antipyretic, soothes stress, and obviously so many iridoid glycoside, they reduce by signal transduction. Dandelion tea, generated from dandelion plant, it is diuretic, detoxifying, and the chicory acid is the active ingredient. Valerian tea, valerianic acid is actually active component for the valerian root. It is needed for the sleep aiding, anti-tension. Even the guava leaf, if it is steeped and simmered, so far it can give various types of antioxidant, including vitamin C, flavonoid, alkaloid, etc. So far, while I am talking about the antimicrobial, which can penetrate through the bacterial membrane by making the holes. So that is the mode of action. Jasmine tea, so joyful. So it is actually acting as the neurodegenerative disorder like Alzheimer. The monoterpenoids, farnesins are present there. Tulsi tea, yes, it is generated from our holy basil plant, Ocimum sanctum. So far, the eugenol is the antioxidant boosting immunity. Haldi tea, curcumin tea, we know that that is generated from the curcumin, which is a potent antioxidant. So far, sir, I have talked about the general health benefits of all those herbal tea. Usually, the terpenoids are flavonoids. They are acting as anti-cancer, anti-obesity, antioxidant, reduce blood pressure, increase digestive health, antidiarrheal, antimicrobial. So far, including bacteria, viral, etc. How they are doing so? Either they are attacking the DNA, or they are making adapt to the protein, or they are inhibiting lipid peroxidation. So far, flavonoid is the protein candidate because they are acting as UV screen by having pi to pi star transition. By phenolquinone tautomerism, they can actually acting as a shield. So far, the plants can actually escape from the UV related oxidative stress, and they are actually even acquired by us. So far, that is bioavailable for us because on the gut we have SGLT, several transporter which can easily transport flavonoid for our good health. So far, I had worked with some herbal tea like chamomile tea, lavender tea, rooibos tea, hibiscus tea, blue pea tea, etc. And medicinal tea even, so far, where the decoctions or infusions are mixed with the Camellia sinensis base. Lavender chamomile white tea, tulsi green tea, jasmine hibiscus green tea. And I am also working with some probiotic tea where Bacillus coagulans are mixed with the normal tea base. No, they are not even destroyed while the hot boiling water is given. So that spores had been given, which can only be coming up germinated while they have consumed in the gut. Now I will talk about the development of the therapeutic index with all those plant extracts what I had made. So here I am showing in different solvent like ethanol, methanol, acetone, DMSO, even in water, the extract had been made from all those different herbal and medicinal tea. And the result is showing by DPPH reduction, the higher antioxidant activity which was found in lavender chamomile tea, and the antimicrobial action which had been suggested by agar-Kapret method against Streptococcus species, Bacillus species, E. coli, right? So once again, the higher zone of inhibition is found in case of lavender chamomile tea. Even I had found the anti-cancer activity in the HEP-G2 cell line. Differential type of cell percent cell viability had been found. Now, the point is that the science people, we are going for LCMS, GCMS all together to find out, to quantify the volatile and non-volatile material. Now, here, by some specific e-devices, e-sensor devices, by some artificial intelligence, we can measure the total volatile or non-volatile index. So such ENOs actually give the non-aroma index against the volatile component of all those lavender, chamomile, rooibos, hibiscus, all different herbal and medicinal tea. And E-tongue, that gives the tester score of the total volatile compound. Right, we can go for chromatograph like LCMS, like we can go for volatile chromatogram by GCMS, but it gives a total score. And this is the total scenario of the ENOs and E-tongue data. Now, if we actually correlate with the statistical regression analysis, that antioxidant potential by correlating with E-tongue, it will actually help you to find out a therapeutic index, not only the aroma index. So far, the regression analysis will help you to correlate a therapeutic index against our potent herbal tea. Here, the lemon, tulsi lemongrass tea is given. Once again, if we correlate the ENOS data with the antimicrobial zone of inhibition quantitative data, centimeter, millimeter, whatever, so far it will estimate, once again, another therapeutic index could be derived. And I actually compare the herbal tea with their flower extract also, and differential kind of antioxidant, antimicrobial, tester score, nor aroma index have been found. So thank you very much. I think I had presented in a short lecture. So what I found biochemically, in spite of normal Camellia sinensis effect of the UV radiation, finding their metabolomics and etc. So far, that is the arena for the herbal and medicinal tea. Any question?
Thank you for your nice presentation. Rather than Camellia sinensis, you have been presented non-Camellia sinensis plants, and you have mixed together the knowledge. It's a very
so herbal tea is only
gathering
flower,
knowledge.
plant, different plant extract. But if it is mixed with Camellia sinensis, they are called the medicinal tea. So medicinal tea is quite different from the herbal tea. They are not colloquially same.
Yeah.
That is my message.
So, yeah, thank you. If is there any questions, so I would like to ask people go faster because we are running short of time now.
Thank you.
I think there is no question. So can we move for next speaker? Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. So I would like to invite Mr. Tathagato Banerjee. Before Aravinda Ananta Ramanti is there, so she is having some issue at 9 o'clock, so she left. So now time for Tathagato. So please, Tathagato, you brief yourself and please present your talk.
Yeah, very good evening from my side. Myself is Tathagat Banerjee. Actually, it was nice to see or hear so many, great, wise people. Okay, actually, I'm coming from, the city of Pal, or Biryani, you can say, Hyderabad. And I'm working as a program coordinator in a hotel management college here for the last 8 years. So today, I'm not going to share any screen or something because I was just mesmerizing by the other people are talking about tea. You guys are so much of insightful and giving us so much of insights of tea. From my side today, I just want to talk about a small growing concern and a greater opportunity in the field of hotel management education. While it's wonderful to see many of our brightest students actually gravitating towards the wine studies, it's equally important to ask, what about tea? Tea, often seen as a simple beverage, in fact, of a complex, culturally rich, and economically powerful sector, deeply rooted in the traditional and innovation, of course. What could be the strategy if we need to study tea among our hotel management students? So let's start about repositioning the tea as a luxury product, not just a morning drink or something. Just like wine, tea has its own the own place to grow up, flavor profiles and stories, origins. Think of Darjeeling. It's often called as the champagne of teas, or the ceremonial matcha of Japan. By using a storyline approach, we can show the students that tea is very, every bit is an elegant and sophisticated, as sophisticated as wine. Secondly, we should draw a parallel between wine and the tea education. Students who already understand the wine tasting can easily grasp the concept of tea tasting, aroma profiling, and pairing the tea with our food. Not only the Indian food, I'm talking about the food across the world. We can introduce the idea of tea sommelier, which we have nowadays definitely, and a growing professions in luxury hospitality across Asia, Europe, and Middle East, and of course, Latin America. Today, we have got a speaker from there also. Third, there is a global career angle. Students who study the tea open doors to careers in high-end hotels, luxury cruise liners, wellness resorts, even in the tea tourism ventures, branded like TWG, Fortnum, Mention, marriage phrases. Other constantly they are seeking the tea expert to elevate their guest experiences. So fourth, I would say that in today's wellness, conscious tea aligns it aligns beautifully with the health, sustainability, and holistic living. So trends our students must have to be attend to about the herbal teas, Ayurvedic infusions, and detox blend, and becoming the part of wellness menus in the spas and the resorts. Teaching our students to curate this experience can set them apart. uh, Next, I would see that we must bring tea into our practical curriculums also. Why not teach tea rituals from China, Japan, or India during FMB service classes? We do it, but not in that much of frequently. So why not explore the tea-based mocktails and the cocktails as a part of our bar training? Making tea studies hand-on will but it's not going to be partially, but I would say that directly spark curiosity and creativity. We can introduce tea tourism as a niche, but valuable and effective things, and connecting to the hotel operations with the travel destinations branding. Students can actually explore how the tea estate offer the very great experience, much like the vineyards actually do. So finally, I can just say that, okay, let's make it exciting for them. Invite the tea study professionals. I would like to actually, through this platform, I'd like to be ask everyone to be just connect with me so that I can ask my students to be go through some of your master classes and workshops, and origin in tea house testing sessions, research product, and maybe a student competitions around the team innovations. These will not only gonna be engage the students, but also encourage the the disciplinary learning about the hospitality, wellness, and of course the sustainability. So tea is not. I'm not saying that tea have to be competing with the wine. It is, I would say, complementing the future of hospitality. It offers our students to board a canvas. It's a chance to be engaged with the heritage, health, storyline, and the guest experience in a in a new line. In the conclusion, what I can say that in closing, as let us remember that the tea is more than just a beverage, so that its story, heritage, and the ritual and the business also. And our hotel management students, with their creativity, curiosity, and the passion for the guest experience, are perfectly placed to lead a new wave of tea appreciation. If we give tea the space it deserved in our curriculum, we won't just be teaching about the drink in a simple syllabus, right? And we will be nurturing the next generations of the tea ambassadors, which is rooted in traditions and ready for the innovations. So that's it from my side, because today we don't have that much of time, and I hope that most of you guys will gonna be in touch with us, and of course we would be love to be have sessions with you guys, with my hotel management students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your nice presentation and short presentation. So, if is there any question, I'd like to ask people to ask
Tathagato,
very shortly.
are we, uh, Tathagato, are we looking forward for a new breed of professional tea mixologist?
Of course, if it has been look, sir, to be very honest, in my college, in the last year itself, there was more than 100 students actually been into the sessions called the mixology. They have been through the sessions for a month with one of the most renowned mixologists in the world. It's called ESB. So I just want that, okay, that 100 guys okay with that mixology, but there are this few of the students are actually missing the tea mixology things. Okay, so if it would be great if any of you actually want to be in contact with us, and we can make it out from there. Yeah, if anyone are having
Yeah, that's
any
a great thing that we could learn from your end as well as our end. So we are looking forward for near in future. If is there any question, please come ahead and ask earliest, so we can finish up Tathagato. So there is a 2 more session. So we are running short of time. So please.
I'll share my
Or
credentials
else,
with. I'll share my credentials
yeah, or else.
so that you guys can connect with me later on also. No issues. Thank you.
Okay, so we can move. Yeah, it's my pleasure, and you always welcome. So we can move our next speaker. He is Mr. Abhijit Kumar Roy. He's a very renowned, and he's one of the consultant for Bindi Valley Tea, and he's working in a marketing aspect. And he's a very innovative guy. So I would like to request Mr. Abhijit Kumar Roy. He can brief himself, and he can speak his his presentation in a short while. So,
Yeah, good
hello,
evening.
Mr.
Yeah,
Yes,
good
we
evening.
are
Am I
hearing
audible?
you.
Is my presentation live?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
We just continue. Yes, you continue, sir.
Okay. Okay. So let us start with a new innovative marketing strategy for the global industry. It is based on blending traditional and modern with modern trends, basically traditional with modern trends. And it focuses on traditional and transformational activities. Okay, let us deep dive into it. First, a little bit of history. Wait a minute, it is not moving. Why? Okay. What is happening? A little bit dive into the history. So, as we know, it is over 5,000 years of history. So, let us not concentrate on this. Everyone knows it. Next is the basic thing of marketing is the storytelling. You have to define a story. Otherwise, you cannot sell tea. Tea industry is a sophisticated industry. I am talking about the orthodox side, not the CTC. CTC is a commercial part. It has got its own market, but my main concentration will be in the orthodox side because that is the area where you can make some money, good money. So there are various tools which can identify your heritage, that is GIs are there. Then you have to focus on sustainability. You have to promote organic, hand-picked. That means touch of love or touch of things are there. You have to highlight local farmers to build emotional connect. It is the emotion which sells. It is not the product. If you treat orthodox as a product, you cannot sell it. People don't buy tea by kilos. It is the CTC which you buy in kilos. I hope people appreciate it. Then it must be culturally inspired. Okay. And tea tourism campaigns, everything, a 360-degree approach, a holistic approach is required to promote this industry. We have to shift our focus from the product to its delivery. What the tea delivers? It delivers health and wellness. It delivers all the richness. It delivers the experience. So you have to focus on the delivery, not this tea or its specifications. This is in point of view of marketing. A customer will not understand all your jargons, your polyphenol index or all these things. He will understand the story. You have to customize the flavor according to the mood. The flavor which will be appreciated in Germany will never be appreciated in Japan. And that Japanese flavor will never be appreciated in Australia or Tajikistan. So you have to understand the flavor innovations. You have to make it digitally present. That is very important part because even a single kilo can be mapped from one point of the earth to the other part of the earth, from buyer to seller through digital platform only. Next comes the main part. You all have heard about the Starbucks and all these things. Starbucks has gone and opened a tea boutique, a tea bar, because it has its potential. Starbucks has studied and done this. You have to make hybrid tea products for this. Just traditional tea that water, no. Your main target is Gen Z, not the old fashioned people. This Gen Z will give you money. So this Gen Z requires their customized thing. You have to combine heritage, blend trendy things. You have to say story from farm to cup. These are the things as done. I think you have heard about this Pan Parag and all this advertisement. He goes in the middle of night, plugs this, collects that, and you have to build the story. That story will be the main product, and you have to collaborate with the brands. That will speed up your process. I have got 3 case studies for this, because without case study, people don't understand. As you have seen, you have to show the example. There is a case study of Twinks for innovative packaging. Lipton is there for ready to drink. T2 is for global expansion and trendy, distinctive cultures. So let us move to case study 1. What was the challenge the Twinks was facing? Okay, the challenge was faced to reduce the plastic. And I will not elaborate. I have given this. If you want, I can share this slide. You can ask Mr. Dr. Ganguly. Let us straight come to the
Yes,
achievement.
sir.
Yeah, uh, you can straight come to the achievement. So it is 6% over and over sales increase. That means not one time. Every year it has got a 6% increase. To after doing small innovation, that abolition of plastic bags. Okay. So people, this Gen Z is very much keen about the environment. And 15% growth on online sales. Your main Gen Z is online. So you have to target. You have got no other option than to innovate. Next, let us come to Lipton. So this is how you attract Gen Z. You make a ready-made tea. You don't have to boil water. You don't have to do anything. Just open the cork and drink it down. That's it. So it has got 12% increase in ready-to-drink section. And 12% increase of Lipton means something huge. And its main target segment is 18 to 35 years age of people. And it is highly visible. Now let's come to T2T. It is global expansion through central fusion and modern retail experience. What was the challenge? Highly competitive market. So younger and design conscious customer. So you have to develop something. And what was the innovation? It was cultural storytelling, contemporary retail design, sensory experience, global culture. You have to build all this. It will not be in a day. You have to build it up. Story, you have to build it. And the revenue is also very good. It is 30% year on year, which means a very big deal. I think you all will appreciate. Now let us see. Tea is not only a cup of tea. It has gone beyond that. It has become cosmetics. It has become a wallet, a subscription box. You have to develop functionality for health conscious immunity, as Madam has told it earlier. Everything has got its own place. How to do it? You have to engage your customers. How to engage them? You have to do interactive experiences, virtuality testing. You have to use AR packaging, reveal brewing tips, farm stories. You have to engage a customer. He will scan a QR code. He will have that whole tea garden in front of him, and he will be sipping that tea. That is the experience. And that is how and why they will pay you. Inclusiveness. You have to become diverse flavors, global cultural campaigns, expand appeal. And you have to build a global celebration platform, a cross-cultural tea day events like today. Today we have learned, we have done our branding by ourselves. This type of activities need to be done. And what are the future trends? Emerging technologies. What is that? This I will make a detail. AI-driven personalized flavor creation and chatbots. So you can go to a kiosk where you can select your own flavors. You can, or else you can share your ID and it will design a flavor for you. That type of experience is required. Blockchain you have to engage to ensure the authenticity of the product, the origin of the product. I think Dr. Bera will appreciate it. We have tried to do it for Darjeeling tea. Functional specialty tea. Adaptive genic blends for lifestyle wellness. So any lifestyle, it will become a lifestyle product. It is not a beverage now. You have to escalate it. Okay. New formats like tea cocktails and nitro teas. So these things, you have to make some noise in the market. Global fusion. These are marketing strategies you have to understand. Direct to customer, e-commerce, these are okay. Smart tea packaging or IoT. You can put small tea stickers where people can scan and get the details of the product. Metaverse you can engage. This is a very new upcoming trend. You can host virtual parties of tea. People will get in, they will subscribe, they will experience, they will have brand values. So, what was the take for today's marketing of tea? Embrace heritage and innovation, combine traditional and trend and sustainable growth, authentic storytelling. Not only storytelling, it must be connected and it must be mapped to the customer. Two things must be there. One, it must be connected to the root, and second, it must be mapped to the requirement of the customer. If you can do this, then the story is success. Otherwise, story is a headache. Collaborative future. You can market with different fast-moving companies and push your things forward. So I will not make it a very long thing. Thank you. What are the takeaways? I think the takeaways are blend tradition with innovation to capture global market, leverage digital tools and customer insight. We cannot avoid it. Embrace sustainable storytelling is very important. Personal branding will enhance your things. Innovation is not just a trend, it is a new tradition. You have to take it into account. There is no way out. Together, we can transform the global tea landscape from farm to cup. Do you all agree?
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Questions, please.
Hello. Anyone who can raise the question?
Innovation tea, inspiring taste.
I think, sir, there is no question.
Innovation is not a choice. Yeah.
Okay.
Today
Anyhow,
it is a
thank you.
necessary.
So thank you for your nice
Okay. Thank
presentation.
you.
I think it's our pleasure. So we can move next speaker. She's a Miss Louis. She's from China, but now she settled down at Germany, and she will brief herself. Miss Louis, can you brief yourself and please share your presentation?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My speech is about tea education development in the history and also in the international scale. So from the historical perspective, education could be roughly present into full revolutionary stage, agriculture, large scale, individualized, and international. So due to the long history of tea, so tea education appeared as early as the agriculture education. So since the beginning of history records, so there's there's a lot of knowledge and like how to plant tea, how to evaluate tea. All those knowledge have been inherited and then developed. Most rely on oral transmission of teaching from master to students, as well as the transmission from records, information in literature. So the ancients also believes that the tea cultivation is a part of agriculture product, and processing technology is considered as a craft. So, for example, in 2022, UNESCO have passed the traditional Chinese tea processing technology and associated social practice into the world's intangible cultural heritage. And so that way could definitely promote tea culture, share the knowledge in the whole world, and also protect those traditions to ensure that they pass down from generation to generation. And this tradition is not only in China. For example, in Germany, where I stay, in 2016, the East Frisia tea ceremony was also granted as UNESCO cultural heritage. If you are interested, you definitely could visit the German Tea Museum in Norden and the Chinese Tea Museum in Hangzhou. So it's also worth mentioning that most of this heritage are still very active in the local tea culture life, and only have a very small number are recovering. So from the literature part, back to the Tang Dynasty. In ancient China, Lu Yu wrote the world's first monograph study is called the Classic of So the next step, since in the 18th century, the industry revolution began in England, and the large-scale machine-based industry replaced the traditional factory handicrafts. So there are a large number of industry workers with certain knowledge and skills are needed. So a new style of education emerged. So for the tea education, when the Western disciplinary education system into China, the tea study gradually become an independent discipline. So since the 20th century, China have provided higher education institutions, secondary, vocational schools specialized in tea science, which train the students in school students, college students, university graduates with bachelor degree. And in the 1960s, there are master degree in tea major available and doctor degree in tea major available in the middle of 1980s. So there is one institution I want to mention. It's called China Tea Science Society. It's supported by the Tea Research Institute of the China Academy of Agriculture Science. It's composed of members in tea field study, technology, teaching, production, economic, trade, culture, and is very important force in Chinese tea discipline and then also in tea industry. And the society was founded in the 1964 and currently has over 10,000 individual members, over 1,000 unit members, and also have 16 branch office. For example, International Exchange Department, which also offering also for professional, for training, for international people also. Like, for example, you could see the photos are for tea processing training and also for the secondary, the sensory evaluation courses, also open for international. So since nowadays the internet have changed the way of information transmission, so people have much more channels to know knowledge, and then there's also break through the space restrictions. So since the large-scale education centered on classroom teaching, but nowadays there are the learning methods are much new and diverse. So people could learn online and also many other ways. So there are also some other example I want to show that the World Tea Academy, for example, provides online training for practitioners and interested individuals, also offering per-recorded courses videos for learners to learn anytime, anywhere. So there's also another example, UKT Academy, with a similar course content and targeted audience the school also starts with offline courses, but due to the COVID outbreak, they switched to online teaching. They also provide an online exam system for like junior students. So at last is the international education. Since the 21st century, the internationalization and the education have also shown a large scale in developed trends on a global scale. So have more international tea students in the higher education, university, college. So there's one example, like since I'm also an international student in Germany, learning international horticulture, and I also work in China and then come back to Germany. So I start my own plantation in Germany in Leine uplands. Since then, I'm also joining the European Tea Grower Association. Europe are considered as the traditional tea consuming countries. And now there are a lot of people growing tea. So you could see the map is only partial of that. This association is like established in 2016. So the purpose of this association is to like, since it's consuming countries, so people, the growers would like to like exchange knowledge and learn from each other. So it's also quite nice to learn also from the experts and cooperate with the traditional tea producing area, and through online webinar. And for example, like I'm also helping to organize a train tour in China, in the China Tea Science Society in Hangzhou this year in August. So a lot of growers will join the training. It's mostly for processing and evaluation training. So even there are two growers from India will also participate in this training. So the association also involved with growers in Azores, Belgium, France, Georgia, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Jersey, Portugal, Scotland, Switzerland, Netherlands, Ukraine, and then the United Kingdom, and also other countries like Denmark, Iceland. I think there's also one. So I just show a little bit photos of the members in Italy. It's a little bit slow. So that's in Georgia. In Switzerland. Okay. So there's also much more growers every year join the association. That also means in Europe, there are more growers started. You could see the dates like near in Germany. For example, the one is in 1990s, and also after that in 2000, and then recent years have much more people start growing tea. Like my own project, for example, from a global perspective, when tea is introduced to different countries, is often integrated into local culture and customs. So that's why it's developing so many brilliant tea culture in different countries. So like take myself as an example, I bring Chinese tea to Germany. That I really hope that it will integrate with the local culture through education, planting, processing, evaluating, enjoying. Like for example, there's also near my place, there's also traditional German pottery town. So I'm also using the clay to producing tea wares. And there's also a natural ancient spring water area. And then there's also a good water for brewing tea. So that's why I think, well, of course, I cannot predict the future, but I think the traditional tea consuming country maybe start planting tea trees will in the future impact something, or maybe in the following generations. So that's all my talk. So if you like, you could also contact me, and also welcome to visit in Europe. And is there any more questions? So, okay. So is there?
It is a great presentation, madam.
Yes, I'm finished.
With a detailed roadmap and strategies which really work to the industry.
To the industry, like at the moment, most of the growers are not like big scales, but there are several are in full productions. For my idea, I think from growing, it's definitely no problem. Use many machines in Europe because labor are quite expensive. And then there's one problem about is how to processing the tea. So that's a huge challenge. So that's why we're organizing a lot of webinars from China, from other places. It's also good maybe in the future, since today I also see many experts. So maybe in the future we could have more cooperations. I invite experts from this meeting, so could give us some knowledge in the European Association. So there could be more cooperations. And then from industry, there's several example like Italy. You see from the photos, they work with the like beverage companies, like they produce drinks, like branding, like they make advertising like European grown tea drinks. And then it sells quite well, but it's quite expensive. That's why the growers in Europe are more focusing on like BO products, BOT, and also would like also producing higher quality tea because of the price. I hope that's answer your questions. Okay, thank you. So, any more questions?
Any questions, please?
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Thank you again, everyone. It's the last one, finally. So should we stop?
Ganguly? Yeah, go ahead. Someone is there. Go ahead. I think Madam has elaborated all the things. So he has not kept any doubt for anyone. I think that is a very good skill.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Ganguly is not available, or I think whether, wait a minute.
Okay, then we'll wait.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, please. I think.
Okay, great.
Dr. Bera, you might, I think she was the last
Yeah, and the last
speaker.
one. Yes.
Yeah. So can you conclude? You are. I think you must unmute yourself. Dr. Bera, your thing is in mute. Please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute yourself. Yeah. You are not audible. Sir, something is wrong with your microphone, might be. So do I have the opportunity to conclude it? Hello?
Maybe type in the comments. We cannot hear you.
Okay. I think there is some technical issue with Dr. Ganguly and Dr. Bera is trying to speak. His video is okay, but his audio is not coming. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me?
Please, sir,
Yeah,
please you
Dr.
conclude.
Ganguly is here. Okay.
You please conclude by
No,
yourself.
it will be
Dr. Bera
good
sir
for
is
you to
not
conclude.
yeah.
Yeah, but he has some issue with the sound. I think Dr.
I know.
Ganguly, you might conclude.
First of all, thank you everyone who has accepted my request to speak over this tea bird day, and we have gathered a vast knowledge from different part of the world, different tea cultures, different tea prospects, different tea education and all. So this is a very good for us that we have learned within a single day so many knowledge, and we gathered so vast of knowledges regarding tea farming, tea processing, tea technologies, different things. So this I can conclude with this word. Hello.
Yeah, I can
So I think
conclude with the last word of our main hero, Abhinandan. The tea was fantastic.
thank you. So you just say something about our this day, so we can conclude because we are running out of time.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you. Nice to hear of all of you. Bye.
Okay.